I greet you so powerfully. Thank you so much for being part of this broadcast. Thank you very much indeed. We are up and running this week once again on Liberation Chat Civic Space. Thank you so very much for your support in terms of joining us every time that we are up and running. Thank you so very much, Orange Beret Media, for your support and your attendance. Thank you so much, everybody. We are up and running again. Waiting they happen for Niger, waiting they happen, and of course, now your Ogbonge show where they talk about the recent development in our society, and we go give commentary, and that is what makes us different. You can get your news anywhere. Social media is a very powerful place. But we go give commentary. We go really bring perspective to all of these things, and now it make we did different. So sorry, so sorry, comrade Godwin. I've kept you a little bit. I've kept you waiting. So sorry about that. And we make us dey different. Be say we go give you perspective to waiting this up for Niger. We go give you perspective. We go shine the light where so that it go clear. No wuru wuru, no mago mago for inside the matter. Mm. Now it make it dey different. So it is what it is. Many things they happen for our country. So many things they happen at the same time, and we must, as a matter of priority, they they use them to educate our people. They very very important. We must use every opportunity to educate our people, to give perspective to everything we be say we they do. We go try elaborate them, talk about them in a way say we say you go everybody go understand. And currently, 10 people don't trap in control tower as fire don't catch Muritala Mohammed Airport Old Terminal. Now the thing way they happen now be that. Waiting cause the fire, we never know. We never know. And of course, we are still not given the updates. Thank you so much. Welcome very powerfully, Godwin Saint. Welcome, 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 welcome indeed. Thank you so very much. It's nice to see you once again, my brother. Thank you so much. How that side now?
Man, we thank God. It's been we just have to thank God because it's not easy. But at the end of the day, we must not give up. We must not give up
So,
on the journey of liberation. We must keep
so.
we must keep pushing forward um because the more we keep on being silent, the more
Hmm. Man, Godwin has been kicked out of the. I hope he requests back. Yeah,
you can see what is
yeah. Network is that network right?
yeah, it's network. So you can see what's happening now that
Mm.
10 trapped in control tower. Imagine, you understand? And you,
Control tower don't the control tower don't catch fire like this. So,
some people
God,
will still
you
they will still
waiting they
disagree.
happen.
See
How
the thing.
come control tower we supposed to be one of the safest place, because now the place where they control the traffic of aeroplane nine be that oh. That should
Yes,
be the most safe, one of the safest with fire extinguisher available, such that they can control whatever it is that will come up there. And it's crazy that this kind of thing is happening in areas where it should be secured. One of the
and
most secured area. Now
and
in that place supposed to be.
and
Mm,
the effect of this thing now, that okay, imagine a plane now, flights are coming to land now. There
mm,
would be,
mm.
imagine what will happen.
How they want take do am.
You see,
they will have to use manual means or use other desperate means, extraordinary, abnormal means
The
of
thing is,
landing.
the thing is that the chips are down in this country. Everything is down. Nothing is working. Nothing. There is no sector that is working. Nothing. Nothing they work at all. And the worst of all now, these people go still they our fellow Nigerians go still they support. See, go see the I was on TikTok this morning. I say omo, the kind of mindset in TikTok. Me, I can't the kind people wey dey TikTok. I no know whether they get sense. So some of our Nigerians wey dey TikTok, if you hear what we talk for mouth, as in you will even be you will even as in you will even be asking yourself questions. Say this one, as in this guy, so in dey see wetin dey happen for Nigeria, as in he blind. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. How can you call yourself a Nigerian? The same bad government wey pursue you comot from your country, you can't go outside nation, outside Nigeria, you can't go where government for the work, where system for the work. At the end of the day, you dey there, instead of you to support revolutionary movement, you can't see they support the same government, the same ruiners wey e pursue you come. If e easy, why you not stay your Nigeria? They will still leave this place, they will still go and be supporting bad government there. But the countries that these idiots run to, I call them idiots. I don't get any, I know they pity for them again, and I don't respect anybody that is not respecting humanity anymore. Because if that place that they are now is not working, I don't believe that people will want to travel away, but yet you will still be there. Many of them will still be supporting same bad government back home. It's such a pity. It's such a pity. And we just keep on educating people. Yesterday, when I was traveling down
No, before you go enter that one, many people go argue say that people will come out go other country and they no be saying they escape, no be say they run away. Some of them go tell us say na business na ain't carry them go, or perhaps they went to render their professional skills. That is it by force for it's not compulsory for them to remain in Nigeria. So that is how they counter the argument of you ran away and you are supporting a bad government. No, do you find that a logical counter to that? Yeah,
that money. That is very illogical. That is senseless countering, because first of all, the
they
system
will say they are not poor before they leave Nigeria.
na lie. Many of them are so okay. Let me just tell you, okay, to even give you a clearer example. Yesterday when we were coming, our car spoiled in. It was having fault in Shagamu. So I say, instead of me to just sit down, not dey talk anything. That time was show will rape people's space. So I was on the space, but I could not speak because I say, let me just cuckoo. I was on. I entered though. I reposted it, but I could not interact because of I was interacting with the people on the Sienna that we entered. So I just said, okay, fine, because the driver and the
Wow. Network don't do shaggy again. Oh. Network don't do their magic again. Yeah,
okay,
you're
so
welcome back. Yeah.
yeah, there was some arguments about trust. I said, okay, you see, even we citizens, we don't even trust ourselves. Citizens don't even trust government again. Now there we just start to. So there was no saying the government is working. This that I was not trying to tell this guy. First of all, I belong to a revolutionary movement. He said, what is the name of the movement? I said the Take It Back movement and the African Action Congress. And Omoyele Sowore, I said in all the whole candidates that is currently contesting now for president, Omoyele Sowore is the only serious candidate there that is ready to fix the rot in this system so that everything will be working. The system will be working. because it is the system that is not working. That is why many Nigerians are running away, are escaping. Instead of, am I
Not
audible?
you, not you, not you, not you. I am referring to our audience that they should tap their screen so that
Okay,
the algorithm can push the live very well. Please make una tap on our screen where we tap am. Just dey tap the screen like this
okay,
so
you
that
are on,
the algorithm would
you are still
yeah,
live on TikTok.
yeah, we are on TikTok, YouTube, and X. So yeah.
Okay. So I was just trying to educate them that this is the reason why we must have to support a revolutionary candidate like Omoyele Sowore. He say na lie. Sowore that he will come for protest, he will be in London. I said the last time Omoyele Sowore was known in Nigeria was 3 or 4 years ago when he was in USA. When he was in US, he had not even when he was they have not even seized his passport then. So he was just trying to he joined the protest online, but he was still trying to tell Nigerians this is the way forward. I said there is a current there is ongoing protest now in Abuja. Omolesewore was there last week, and tomorrow on the 20 tomorrow now, which is 24, I believe he will still be in the barricade. I said he has been on the barricade. How many of these leaders that has joined the masses to protest? He said na lie and na money we never see. So to tell you the mindset of these guys, and I even told him that Nnamdi Kanu protest in Abuja, I was there live and direct. He say na because say dem dey pay us na im make we dey travel up and down. I say can you just look just look hear what you are saying. Once you if you fall in love with freedom, nobody will even have to pay you 1 naira, a dime, before you will do what will benefit humanity. These things that we are doing today, we are not doing it because we don't have job or because we don't have anything to do. We are doing it for the benefit of humanity, so that everybody will live in peaceful coexistence. The system will work for everybody. The unborn generation will not meet this chaotic society. That is why we are trying to fix the rot which our fathers failed, because some of our fathers then fail to kick against injustice that time. Na im come linger reach our own turn now. So if we still keep quiet and still not talk anything about injustice, the children wey we dey born now dem go still suffer am for front. So you understand? So I was just trying to educate them that this is he say the guy was saying as he is like this now, he don't tire. Anything concerning revolution, anything concerning election, he don't give up. I say, okay, now you give up, me give up, this one give up, this one give up. Who one can fix the rot? Who one can organize? I just told him that we don't need to give up this anger of, because based on these guys, these people wey dey power, they don't too useless us. So we have to organize with this anger, so that we will face these reckless rulers, misrulers in power. The guy say for where he don tire, he don give up, this that say Nigeria no fit work, that Nigeria is beyond irredeemable. I say because you believe that Nigeria is, so that is just to tell you the mindset of some kind of Nigerians. It's not that they don't know that, it's not that they don't know that what Omoyele Sowore is doing is right too, but they are saying that he doesn't have the card. I say okay, you will not gree support am now, how the card wan take come? One even said that if the vote that Peter Obi got in 2023, that it was Omoyele Sowore that got it, and Nigeria for turn upside down. Okay, now I told him yesterday, give me your number so that I can have interaction with you. He said no. Join the AAC.com party. He said no. That he don't. So you can see, some Nigerians are intelligently not ready to do something. It's not that they don't know that there is problem, but the thing is that they are not just ready to do it. They are not even ready to join the fixing. Okay, let me just drop the message here first. Oh yeah, civil space, you can continue first.
Yes, yes, you have passed your message very powerfully, and talking about your experience you had with your fellow Nigerians when you were traveling. This you know, every one of us have a duty to spread the message of patriotism. But the thing is that question where they always ask people where they take that stand that If you feel on your camera, I go appreciate them, Comrade Godwin. But waiting at they always tell people where they take that stand that and they don't give up. Nothing can happen that will fix Nigeria again. We say, okay, as you take give up, so Shey Naim be the solution to the problem. And as you take give up, so say surrender, say nothing where if you do, you are not going to do anything. Does that mean you are absorbed from the consequences of the Nigeria? It means say Nigeria no go happen to you. Nigeria go happen to you. If Nigeria go happen to you, it go happen to you. You cannot escape the system, all right? But you throwing your hands in the air and surrendering and saying you're not going to get involved, it's a very weak strategy going forward. I believe going forward, all hands must be on deck. Otherwise, we are just joking. All right, all hands have to be on deck. If all of us say we want to surrender, say we no want we we don't want any wahala. If you no want wahala, but if wahala come meet you, wetin you go do? You no want wahala. Wahala wey dey wey fit meet anybody, including you. How about that?
Nobody fit escape the wahala o.
Hmm. Because now so I dey always tackle people wey dey take that stand say yes, nothing concern Nigeria. Me I don try my best, I don give up. Me I no fit do anything. You not doing anything where you think say is that a guarantee that you are protected from the bad system? So for whether you give up or you no give up, Nigeria fit happen to you. So why not kukuma lock in? Why not kukuma, participate in efforts to salvage the country? And if you no participate in the effort to salvage your country, if others do am and they succeed, what would that make you? Wetin they go talk about you in the history of Nigeria? That you were part of those that give up on Nigeria. You were part of those that abandoned the projects of Nigeria at the time that the country needed every support possible. So, we will go do our own, and we go try do our own, and leave the rest and hand over a very solid, system that we have put in place, system of resistance. We go submit them to our children. Now the cocoa way I see for the matter be that 1 minute at they come. So now the cocoa of the matter be that whether you run away or you no run away, Nigeria still dey kampe, Nigeria still dey wait for you. So and you no even have to even find the trouble of the system for the system to find your own trouble. So that is that. Very, very not be something where be say you go far at all, at all, at all. Now something where be say if it go happen to you, it go happen to you. All of the people will say they are victim of Fulani, attack. Let me not even use Fulani attack because that is you see, this is how this is how the Nigerian news or perhaps the Nigerian system, indoctrinate us to have a wrong perception about one another. It's a very wrong thing to say Fulani terrorists. No, because that would mean that we are calling all the tribes, we are labeling them. But they're indeed Fulani that are not really terrorists. They are not terrorists. The Fulani tribe is a very wonderful tribe. But terrorists and of course those that constitute insurgencies, we can see them across all tribe. They are scattered across all tribe. They are in just name any tribe in Nigeria. They are individuals and groups there that are basically causing insurgency to their people or to the Nigerian people. So this is the reality. All right. So all of those that are victim of such insurgents now, all of the people that were victims of insurgency, they know no be saying now for protest ground the day before the Nigerian terrible system of not protecting lives happened to them. And many of them are now 6 feet below just because of a systemic issue. All right. If na protest ground, now about 100 people lost their life like that, they will have tagged the organizers of the protest, saying that they caused the thing. Say, maybe we warn you, say, protest is very dangerous. We warned you that this is not the best way to go. We warned you that revolution will be bloody. All right. As if the whole shedding of blood is not already happening. The whole shedding of blood is already a reality of the Nigerian people. And there's no how you break an egg. There's no how you make omelette without breaking the egg. You want do fried egg now, eh? You say no, say you because you don't go break the egg. You are going to have to break the egg one way or the other. Because and some people will have to be casualties. Some people, it may be me, it may be you. Just as this terrible system, as they happen to us now, it may be you, it may be me, it may be anybody that the system can happen to. The same thing happened in the Nigerian confrontation with their oppressors. I can be casualties. You can also be casualty. Anybody can be casualty. It's a matter of whether or not our people are willing to go all out to confront their oppressor. And whatever casualty that will be recorded will not be on the basis of whether or not what has been done is wrong. It will be on the basis of the bravery of the people, because already people are losing their lives. Go to all of these other places where we say they are losing their life now. Don't be saying now for protest ground or when they do revolution and that thing happen to them, and they are in their hundreds. So what makes you believe that in a revolution or confrontation with the government, there will not be casualties? There will be casualties. And it is very, very sick idea when people now whip out this as a reason why people should not, carry out a revolution if they decide to do so as a solution to their problem. If the people decide to carry out a revolution, all right, it is their right to do so. Using the idea of bloody kinikon is a very silly excuse, because already lives are being lost on a daily basis as a result of the terrible system that many people will consider, ripe to be demolished. Many people will regard this system that it is ripe for demolition. This system needs to be demolished for a new one to emerge. That is what many people would say. And it is the reason why this current breaking news now, 10 people don't trap now. 10 people. If now for protest ground, now we hear say, 10 people don't lost their life. People will say, why did they go to protest? This is what we are telling them, that they should not protest. They should not resist their oppressors. They should not call out their government. They should just find other means. What are the other means that can really, really, be effective, such that the system can know that you are serious? So the best way to know that you are serious from the point of view of some intellectuals who are against confrontation with the system, the best strategy is just to sit down and look, or to just make noise online. Come online, set camera, on the light, and make noise. All right, on your camera, set your lights, and make all of the noise that you want to make. That is the best way, according to some intellectuals, to deal with the system. Welcome to the studio, Adege. All right.
Revolutionary greetings, my brother.
Salutations, salutations. Thank you so very much for being here once again. And
Yes.
I was saying that, well, as it is now, the news getting to us, we are going to be taking a look at so many things, as usual, because so many things
Mhm,
are happening at the same time. About
mhm,
10 people are trapped in the control tower in Muritala Mohammed International Airport. As
mm,
reports don't talk, say the place don't catch fire. Condi wonder. wetin dey make this kind place catch fire, because there's always for every action. No, that's not what I want to say. For everything wey dey happen, na something cause am.
Of course.
And based on my own training, or based on the little book where I read, every accident is not. You cannot say every accident is just by chance. That statement is made by only people wey no really. Every accident, if you investigate am well, na something cause
There's a
am.
cause.
And if something cause am, that thing you go come check am whether that thing is preventable or not preventable. Shey the thing wey happen wey cause this fight now, and this fire now,
Fire.
shey na something wey be say suppose dey preventable or non-preventable. And if it is not preventable, you now be wondering what will have been unpreventable that will have caused fire in an airport.
But my comrade, you know that this is like the 5th time in like, I can't remember. You know, said this no be the first time.
Yes. It's not the first time it's happening. Yes.
This
In
has
that same
happened
place.
so many times.
It has
This
happened in
same
recent
airport.
time. Recent.
Yeah.
Yes.
In recent times. I
Yes.
know it happened in 2003 like twice. I know it happened in 2004. I
Yes.
know there was in April 2024. There was a fire outbreak. In September 2023, there was a fire. In October 2018, there was a fire. So wetin dey cause this fire outbreak for this airport? And this is just one of many. The same way we dey always get fire outbreak for
single
our
time.
market. Our markets too. Wetin dey always cause fire? Shey na people just dey set am up make dem fit collect money for renovation, or what is going on?
People could just carry. Are they telling us that people just carry matches, just strike matches, and the place could just catch fire?
Because this is happening too frequent for us to now fold our hands.
Which kind? I don't understand.
And this is one of the
is far too
3
frequent, my
international
brother.
airports that we have in the country. You know, and this airport was just renovated. I know that they just renovated this airport because it was shut down recently.
Say na the old time. They say na for the old terminal. Now in the thing take happen, not be the new one.
Not be the new one.
But the thing is that even this old terminal say should this kind of thing, because it is the what they are using for, at least before the new one where they won't build before it go ready. This is where majority of the operation is still happening.
They won't make anybody.
And there's such a thing as safety standard. There's a normal acceptable safety standard. Maybe say suppose keep at all times. All right, that will prevent this kind of thing. Yeah.
The airport is one of the most strict places in terms of
safety
procedures and safety. It's one of the most strict places. The computers they use in the airport are so hard because they must not have, because they are working with plane flying, different companies, they are collecting information, monitoring what's in the air, you know. So it must be a place where there must be high priority safety. This is not something that is negotiable. They must have different procedures for safety. They must have different, countermeasures to address issues like this before they escalate so rapidly. But look at this. Why is it that this is happening almost every 3 years or every 2 years? This is not a small fire just happening in the office, a fire extinguisher office. No, we're talking about the control tower being affected here. This is a serious problem. And this is happening too frequently. Considering all the renovation that we are doing, considering all the state of the art infrastructure that they say they create, something must, and usually when things like this happen, and I'll tell you, when things like this happen, even after the fire has happened, they must be able, like you said, to trace the cause of the incident. And when they get to that clause, let us know if it is negligence that led to this, and let's know who must be punished. Head must roll because people's life have been lost, or may be lost from this fire. So heads must roll. We must know if this was due to negligence, or we must know if this was just it was truly an incident that was unavoidable. Because the negligence is a thing that that is how somebody died of negligence. I mean, Chimamanda Ngozi's child died of negligence in the hospital. Because some of these safety measures that we're taking, for example, changing of fire extinguisher, ensuring that you have fire extinguisher in some of these places. Somebody said that he came recently and he looked at all the clocks. I saw a tweet. A man said he looked at all the clocks at the Murtala Mohammed airport when he arrived from his trip, and none of the clocks were working. None of them had their batteries changed. All it took was to change the battery. So this negligence, high negligence, if people cannot pay attention to just a clock on the wall, that means, can we categorically say that the fire extinguishers have been put up to date? Because fire extinguishers get expiration dates. Can we say that they have taken those micro measures to ensure that incidents like this do not happen, or even if they happen, they are attended to immediately in such a way that they do not escalate into catastrophe? Are we taking those measures? We must what they call FAN, Federal Association of Clinical, I don't forget the call. They must be called to question, because this is happening too frequently in our airports, and we must begin to ask ourselves serious questions. The most prominent and recent, make I let you read them.
If you read down, you get why where I bring that thing up so that yes,
the
get
most
why.
prominent and recent figure for funds related to the Murtala Mohammed International Airport (MMIA) in Lagos, often called Airports, is 712.3 billion. Jesus Christ! Wow. Approved by the Federal Executive Council in late July, early August 2025 for the full rehabilitation, upgrade, and modernization of Terminal 1, the old international terminal. This major project is funded through Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development. Kiniko. Sure, you know, supposed to fund our airport before. Which one be Renewed Hope? Anyway, but look at the amount of
they want on everything.
They want
everything have to be, you know.
Are you not supposed to fund the airport before? Which one be saying Renewed Hope?
It has to be tied to.
Like say carry papa money, use and build airport in Nigeria. We need to do our airport before.
I don't understand. Look at it. Even in the last 3 years, I'm even talking before now. Let's even talk about let's even imagine that that money is meant for the new terminal. I'm talking about. I want you to know that about this old terminal where they talk say catch fire now. What are how much they don't spend on top this one? All right, even before now, look at it. Routine maintenance and repairs. Specific year-by-year released amount of ongoing maintenance are not publicly detailed. Should it not be publicly detailed in breakdown? And as you have said,
when they don't want people to,
you know, as you have said, FAN handles day-by-day ops, often from internally generated revenue. Broader aviation rehab across all Nigerian airports was budgeted at lower level in prior years. 23 billion naira proposed for nationwide airport rehabilitation repairs in 2024. This is just 2024, 23.1 billion across the country. And how many airports we will get for Nigeria?
My brother, how many people fly in Nigeria?
Let's say 5. So meaning that at least 4 billion has gone to at least each of the airports. At least 4 billion. This is amount that has been released before this other one where they talk. This other one where they up. So make I bring them up so that this other one where they talk they just released recently. This 712 billion naira. The recent one be this one. No. Now the previous years, about roughly 2023 to 2025, we are using 23 billion. So if this huge amount of money has been budgeted for this airport before now, before this whole idea of trying to build a new terminal, where did the money go through such that there is still a fire incident? And of course, as you have said, this is not the first time that it is happening. It is not the first time.
5 years
in recent time. So what is happening? Despite spending this much money, why will it be necessary? Why should we be having an excuse that yes, something can still go wrong? Because let's face it, the more the money, the more higher the safety standard should be,
Yes.
such that
Yes.
it would prevent this kind of situation from repeating itself. Now why did they release that kind of big money so that you can, and of course, who is going to bear the responsibility for this now? Who is going to lose their job for this now? I guess it should just be crickets,
I say
really.
na FFK be the minister for
Yeah,
aviation.
now him be the new minister for aviation. Yes, yes.
Balling, 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 balling. Money don't
Come the
come
moon
now.
and come chop, oh.
He will now pull out a new budget for
Thank you so much.
rehabilitation
Hey,
of
I
the
dey
Hmm.
chop for
workforce.
life.
Because
Fine.
yes, and that is that is another possibility. Is it that they are intentionally setting this on fire so that there can be
So I can
new
pull budget.
new new funds can be released again for them to invest? Because I don't understand how can
It's not.
this huge amount of money is still budgeted recently. Recently 2023 estimated 23 billion already. Eh?
And my
In,
comrade, you know the crazy part.
recently.
You go to this
So why
airport.
should we be having this kind of
When you go
issues?
to this
Really?
airport with all these 23 billion where you don't hear, so you know, be like say if you go the airport, it go be like say
It
everywhere
is
there is fine. It is
complaints.
thank you.
The
All the
Many
aesthetics
things
is
are still done
toilet,
bad.
manually.
all the
Many things are
toilet
still done
Crazy.
manually.
The other day it was this guy. Let me see if I can download the video. Speed Darlington that was complaining about. I will look for that video now and play it for us, because he was complaining that one of these airport lounges say for him to sit down for lounge, say him pay 20,000 naira for him to just sit down. Say he won't wait for him flight. Maybe say he no even get control of the fact that say the airport the delay. He had to pay so much money, and okay, let me try to play it. I'll play it now. I'll bring it to the screen now, because it really does not add up. Really, all of these things, we just have an attitude of moving on and moving on as if nothing is happening. I think we have to really end that culture. We have to prevent and end that culture. Please let me try and figure out how I can feature everybody on board. I think everybody's on board now, but except that jumbo throne screen is smaller. All right, but that is not a problem. We'll find a way around that. Thank you. You're welcome to the broadcast. The African Wahala. You're welcome very powerfully. It's nice to have you one more time on our show, and we believe
Thank you,
that
brother.
you have a thing or two to say about this recent development of our airport, Lagos State Muritala Mohammed Airport. The talk say it don't catch fire, despite all of the billions that has been pushed into maintaining it. That eventually they have to abandon this old terminal to start building a new one that 700 million, not million, billion plus. I think we have the data. We'll pull it up very soon. 700 billion plus has been budgeted for that new terminal. But before that new terminal, this old one also has received so much funding. All right. And up to now, they can still not give us account to how they have spent the money, such that it will be able to prevent
See
matters like
Abuja
this. So
Airport
this is the
Lounge,
video I'm talking about.
10,000 naira rice. What abomination. 10,000 naira 500 for this food. And guess how much is for the lounge? 20. See Abuja Airport Lounge, 10,000.
See, he said Abuja Airport Lounge.
Give
So
Baba
that is why
Baba they come.
yeah, now.
See Abuja Airport Lounge, 10,000 naira rice. What abomination. 10,000 naira 500 for this food. And guess how much is for the lounge? 20,500, making it 31,000 just to stay. If you see where then they collect 20,500 just to sit down and wait for flight, you no go gree pay. It doesn't even worth 10,000, honestly. Or where a
Did you get that part? He
He's
said,
a
if
fool.
you
But you will
see,
pay. So you will pay now. You will pay now. Wait till they try talk. Me, I know if you pay because you know say I be poor man. But you now you be big man, you feel pay. They tell you say
no,
20K, you still
in
enter inside, buy the
the
rice.
he don't pay finish already. He don't already pay. He don't already. This
Ah,
complaint is just medicine after death,
after
really.
that.
But he's saying he, and he's making some revelation, and it is those revelation that I want to really focus on based on this airport issue, because based on what we have seen in our quick search that we have done here, and I will put it up again so that we all of us will go feel see waiting this up. All right. Based on what we have seen, we said they said, and I will read so that it not be as if I'm whipping it out from the thin
In
hair.
here.
All right. So that our audience have a way of said, routine maintenance and repairs. All right. They said now fan. Okay, let me read from the beginning. Specific year by year released amount for ongoing maintenance of Muritala Mohammed International Airport are not publicly detailed in breakdowns. Fan handles day-to-day operations, often from internally generated revenue. Broader aviation rehabs across all Nigerian airports are budgeted at lower levels in prior years. That is from 2023 to 2025. 23.1 billion naira proposed for nationwide airport rehabilitation stroke repairs in 2024. That is before now. They don't propose and money don't exchange hands in terms of rehab. So there's from the internally generated revenue of this airport, there's a particular amount of it that goes into rehabilitating and maintenance of the place. So if the place is being maintained, why should there be any form of complaint or perhaps security or safety breach such as the one that is happening today? Because this level of money, and this is just proud to this current one that they just just approved 712 billion naira, and to whom much is given, much should be expected.
Hmm.
To
I come read.
whom much is given, much should be expected. And this issue of security breach give us so much worry. We should be concerned about it because, okay, if after collecting this much money, they are still not able to ensure a safe airport, they cannot still ensure a more relaxed atmosphere for travelers like Speed Darlington now that is complaining that the place is too expensive and the ambience of the place is not even worth 10K, but yet he paid for 30,000 naira.
Liberation
So the
charge.
food is not
Let's not
good, it's not
forget
enough.
that the
All of
rice
these
is
things
not even.
does not
Is
really
that ten
add up.
thousand naira rice? Does that look like
Yeah, this
10,000
is
naira
10K
rice?
rice. 10K rice
Look at the
for
meat.
crying out loud, bro.
Two
Eh?
plantain that is not even properly ripe.
It's
See
crazy.
Abuja Airport
So,
Lounge.
my comrade, one thing that we must not
What
forget is that the
abomination.
people who are working in that airport, I've been to the airport before. The people who are
Akwi,
working in that
Akwi,
airport, they are
Akwi talks
heavily
in a
underpaid.
Akwi talks in a abomination.
You don't say Akpi na gods, na Akpi na gods. They don't feel the gods. We're in the best. my
Ah,
comrade, my comrade, when you go to that airport from the
yeah.
from the entrance to your takeoff, you
Hmm.
will pay. You would no. This is not fees that you have to pay. These are not compulsory fees. You go because of the level of poverty that they have driven a lot of the staff in that airport to. You will have
Not
to
be
be tipping and tipping and tipping and tipping. These people are so hungry. They are not even well taken care of. They don't even so they give them all this money and they do not even take care of the staff in the infrastructure. The well-being of the staff in the infrastructure is not even taken into consideration. However, when you look to the Minister of Aviation, his skin is glistering, he's shining, he's adding weight, It looks young, forever young. These are the things that are wrong with our system. Misappropriation of funds. How the people who are working, the workforce itself, they do not take care of the workforce. They don't take care of the workforce. They don't take care of the facilities. Facilities are getting burnt year in, year out. And we are still releasing billions, not millions, billions upon billions on a yearly basis. Billions upon billions on a yearly basis. When you go to that airport, some of the tarmacs are not well paved. You go to the airport, a lot of things that they do there are still manual processes. The environment is stale. The chairs that are there, you will not believe that these are chairs that they are releasing funds for every year, because the chairs that are there, some of the chairs that are in the airport have been used, they have been using since 1960, God knows when. Since time immemorial. This is the level. Every institution around us shows us. Every institution around us is an example of what these people can bring, what they can manage, and it is nothing. They can manage nothing. Nothing around us is up to par, it's up to standard with anywhere in the world. There's nothing in Nigeria that is up to standard with its mates anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. Now, lives may be lost in that control tower. Do you know the amount of machines that will go to waste in that control tower? Do you know the amount of resources that are going to just get burnt, wasted? This is taxpayers' money gone. All because of what? At the end of the day, they will investigate. We no go hear anything. They no go tell us anything happen. They go just say fire cash something. They no go tell us say anything happen. Say now wetin cause am be this. So they all tell us say fire don't cash airport. The Ministry of Aviation must get to the bottom of these incidents. It's becoming too frequent in our country. We must begin to hold them questions and ask them, and we must begin to hold them accountable and ask them questions. Yes, that's with my comrade.
Yes, absolutely. And that is what many Nigerians are very much concerned about. You know, who are the ones that will be asked, who should take responsibility for this now? But it seems as though they are just more concerned about getting funds upon funds, but to get responsibility or take responsibility, you would not find anybody that will come up to own up and say, yes, this is my should be within my territory. This should be within the level of my oversight level. I should have oversight over all of these things. And once anything goes wrong,
this is my responsibility. Hold me accountable.
I should, yes, that is that culture is not. I don't think there's that sort of culture in the Nigerian scheme of things, really. The African Wala, you have to please proceed. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. You see, this is a very teachable moment for us again. And I love that we are talking about the cultural contribution to some of these reoccurring events, like a fire. You see, nobody is going to be held accountable. Nobody is going to go to prison. It's going to be another case of the big men. Even if people die, let me tell you how crazy Nigerian culture has grown and developed. Even if people died in that control tower, don't be surprised that the family members of those that died, they will be visited by so-called royal fathers, minister of aviation, and maybe one or two other politicians, and they'll put a few naira in their bank account, and that's it. That is the court case. That is justice served. Nothing else happened. Because we have a culture of genuflecting. We worship people. We don't follow due process. What should have been done is, let's assume this fire was a real accident, which we all know is not a real accident. It's negligence. This accident, this fire, forget about it. Yes, fires happen by accident. But in the case of Nigeria, when you see things happening multiple times over and over again, it's not by accident. It's by omission, because we refuse to learn from the past. So it's happening again. And that's how every aspect of our society is. So, assuming this fire happened by accident, what is the right course of action? First off, there should be investigation to how the fire started. The people that are culpable should be punished. There has to be consequences, especially in a facility. I mean, Comrade Adeike has already explained how critical the safety has to be in an airport facility. Heads have to roll. That does not just happen and then just do beggy. Oh, please, sir, just forget it. It's God. God takes and God gives. God, this is God's will. That's the rubbish that we say in Nigeria. This is our culture as Nigerian people. That fire that happened, you're going to find the Minister of Aviation and some other politicians. They will go to the victims if there is any victim that died. They will go to their family members and tell them, God is God's will. God takes and God gives. So let's just thank God and take this 5 million naira, okay? And that's it. But in a real society, heads should roll because it's human error. And I won't be surprised that the people that are responsible for whatever caused that fire, maybe were drunk. You see, in Nigeria, a lot of people do drugs and alcohol. Bro, don't be surprised, man. When I was at schooling in Abeokuta, whenever I took my bus because I would either come from Ibadan or I'm coming from Lagos. If I'm coming from Lagos, I'll be coming from Oshodi. That Oshodi that I'll take the bus going to Abeokuta, in our face, the driver will be drinking shekbe like this, drinking shekbe, drinking opine, drinking ali, drinking everything. Then he will jump on the driver's seat and drive all the way to Abeokuta. And all of us in the bus and we'll be like, and Allah no shower, na God, because we don't have a normal culture. We've become abnormal people. So these are some of the factors that have led to the situation that we are in. And we need to stop as individuals. You see, one of the things that I also learned is, when I traveled abroad, lived in a few other countries, I also realized that there is no begging. If you make a mistake, for example, in a job, don't even waste your time trying to say, please, sir, I'm sorry, sir, to your boss. You're just going to be embarrassing yourself. Once they've called you, they're responsible for something, just know that you're going to deal with the consequences. That's how, there is no, please, sir, please, ma. You know that our genuflecting shit, it doesn't exist. And all these cultural practices, it started because the people on top, the politicians, the heads of our society, they behave that way. Then they trained us. That behavior trickled down into society. Adeike was saying something about the airport staff. They are not getting paid, so they start begging, they start forcing people to tip. That's unacceptable. If you're not getting paid properly, why are you harassing everybody? Why are you taking out the frustration on us that are also victims of the system? Why don't you take your frustration to your orgas? But you won't do that. You rather beg them. Oh, please, sir. Good morning, sir. Well, yes, sir. Because I don't know what's wrong with us. These are things that we need to realize about our culture, and we need to change them. But as far as this airport condition, we know they've budgeted billions and billions. The airport smells like Izal. It smells like Dettol. The Abuja airport smells like shit. I don't know if you've ever been to the Abuja airport. It's garbage.
Oh, boss,
And I'm not
man,
even
this
trying
place
to be
smells like
disparaging.
Isaiah.
I'm telling you, bro, it smells like Izal. I don't know what's wrong with us. I don't know why we just can't have a normal society. I just don't
Now
know.
that Abuja airport now in Akpi they complain about now. Speed Darlington they complain say they collect 30K for in hand for the lounge. Just say make it sit down and the food where they give am 10K rice. Say as 10K rice be. Now that Abuja airport that you are talking about now, the place is not even in good shape. The place is a mess. Seriously.
And that
Yeah,
Abuja
please
airport is
proceed. Yeah.
better than Lagos airport. Too. It's actually, well, I've not been to the new terminal of the Lagos airport, but I've been to it nowhere after it was renovated. But I can tell you for a fact that Abuja airport that he was complaining about, if someone is traveling through that airport, you would have a more pleasant experience. I'm not saying it's pleasant compared to other countries, compared to Ghana, it's not pleasant. But compared to Lagos, it's pleasant because in Lagos, they are ravaging the workers in the Lagos airport, the customs, immigration, they are like ravaging, piranhas. Piranhas that you find in those Amazon jungle rivers. If you throw an animal into a river full of piranhas,
they would
They
say
will
it into
eat up the
pieces.
animal in 5 seconds. That's how
They
these
would
ravaging
shred it into
animals are.
pieces.
See, you never see liberation is not joking, no. It's not joking, no. If you enter any airport in Nigeria, say you won't fly at all. If I won't fly, if you just enter, say you won't pick person, come out. You just want to pick somebody and come out. I don't enter Lagos airport, pay 10K. Say I won't pick my papa up. No, for what? What did I do? Say I just want to pick my I just enter like this. I just park. I just wait for my papa. You can't park here. Why can't I park here? Nothing. No reason. I can't park here. So they start, they drag me. Say, why did I park here? Okay, what is it? You get give us something. Bam. Then if you enter, I'm telling you, liberation from the security to everybody till you fly on your plane. The only people it remain now, only pilot remain.
Now only pilots no go ask you for a bribe. Now only
I'm
pilots.
telling you, only pilot will not ask you for bribe.
And that is very, very interesting, and that is very revealing. The fact that the pilot no join in this whole ecosystem of begging. Can we say to a large extent the pilots are getting good pay such that they don't see the reason why, or perhaps wait, I get why they ask that question, because there's a certain level of economic level that you get to that you see no need, or you find it not actually an option for you. Because, for instance, the reason, okay, let's now face it. Okay, why are they begging, really? Is it that the money that they are paying them is not enough, or there is just a systemic problem that we are looking at here that needs to go?
I have the answer to that.
That is my where I'm looking at this whole thing from. Because usually too, if the pilots are equally not paid well, we should have seen 1 or 2 cases of pilots saying that the passengers should drop something, really.
Wait, comrade. So physically, it's impossible for the pilot to beg because they are confined in their own, cockpit and all that. You can only see the pilot when the plane has landed and, they are greeting you. Yay, thank you. Have a nice stay here or whatever. That's the only time that if the pilots had access to the passengers, we would have started seeing pilots begging. And these pilots are well for the most part. The immigration officers and the custom officers, yes, their pay is not that great. It's actually not good. Their pay is bad, let's be honest. But it's not the reason why they are begging. It's a systemic problem. It's a cultural problem. Because even wealthy politicians, Nigerian politicians that are billionaires, that have stolen and destroyed our country, they steal Indomie noodles. Nigerian politicians that are wealthy, that are billionaires, they steal food from poor people and they use those food during their birthday parties to distribute as souvenir for their guests. That's what so we have a culture from rich to poor. Everybody is begging in Nigeria. We don't even need to pretend that. And that's why we are begging. We're even begging our politicians to do what they owe us. Finally, I'll make this point. If you guys remember Adi Sirika under Boko Haram's regime, Adi Sirika, I believe he might have been the Minister of Aviation or something along that line. This guy scammed Nigeria with Nigeria Airways. Can't remember how many billions, but it was maybe almost 1 trillion naira. They used almost 1 trillion or even more than 1 trillion. I can't remember the exact figures to redevelop Nigerian Airways. But all what they did was they borrowed some aircrafts from Ethiopian Airlines. They rebranded it. They painted Nigerian Air on top of those aircraft. Then they took pictures, they took photos. I think Buhari came and took photos with them. And then they returned those airplanes back to Ethiopian Airlines. And then Ethiopian Airlines rebranded it with their own name, Ethiopian Airlines. So after that scam was revealed, everybody knows about it. I'm sure you guys know about it. Nothing was done. Adi Sirika today is a billionaire. He's walking around as a free man, and he might become a president in the future if Nigeria keeps going this way. So we keep getting scammed, and we keep doing nothing about it. And it keeps getting worse. And that's why we are where we are today. Or one of the reasons why we are where we are today. And a lot of people that would come around to defend people like Adesirika, they will find a reason. They would find a reason to defend Adesirika. They would find a reason to defend Buhari. They will say, oh, Buhari did not know. Buhari did not know about it. You can't blame Buhari, president, for all the problems in the country. But he was the one that appointed Adesirika. And after the scam was exposed, Sirika didn't go to prison. He became a free man and a billionaire. So the point is, we need to change our culture as individuals and as a collective. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. But just quick question, please. Why do you think, apart from the culture or perhaps a tradition, a very um a very humiliating tradition, if you ask me, apart from that, why do Nigerians have this culture also of absorbing presidents or perhaps superior politicians who have appointed, you know, some people in certain areas of responsibilities, and if such people do not perform well, or perhaps they are found guilty of basically embezzling money or stealing from the people's resources, why is it that people have a way of absorbing? For instance, in this Buhari of Adesirika case now, people have absorbed Buhari out of it. That it's not Buhari now, it is his minister. So why should you blame Buhari for it? If Tinubu appoints a minister now and does the same thing, people have a way of absorbing Tinubu and saying, yeah, it's not Tinubu now, it's his minister. They are already doing this campaign of absorption now, because whenever you say anything about Tinubu, they said, go and meet your governors. Tinubu is giving them enough money. So why do we have that? It seems as though it is the new pattern that is really, really obvious recently, really. Adege, it seems as though you want to jump in on that.
Divide and conquer. That's all. Divide and conquer. They have always utilized it to scatter us. Go and meet your governor, go and meet your local government chairman, go and do this, go and do that, because they know that. And another thing is, they want to try to disassociate themselves from the people that they appointed, because these people were not voted for. Let us remember that these people were not voted for. They were all appointed by this same president. Why did they appoint them? They must have done something. You must have looked at them and say, oh, you deserve this thing. I've looked at your track record. You can do the job. Come and take this appointment. And after he does the appointment, it's not as if the president just says, I appoint you, and then you just take the position. No, the Senate must screen you as well before you are approved. So we must not ask ourselves the question, what did the president see to bring these ministers into power? Competency or incompetency? That's the question.
Because at the end of the day now, if you ask Festus Keyamo now, say, how did this thing happen? How did it happen? He will have one excuse or the other. He would most likely say, yeah, they have resources have gone into it, but they will find one kind of excuse and one kind of grammar to use to absorb themselves. Should that, and of course, I like the example where African Wala also give. Say in some sane climates, or saner climate, or in saner climb, as they used to talk about it like that once you are guilty of something, begging would not cut it. And you have to take responsibility for whatever it is that is punitive. Yes, if this can happen, okay, if that because this whole idea of trying to say, yeah, it's a mistake, it can happen to anybody. For the fact that he's a minister, does that mean that accidents like this cannot happen? Let's just cut him some slack. Let us, should that even be an excuse really here? Should he be resigning, or perhaps someone bearing some punitive, measures as far as this whole thing is concerned? Because 10 people have been trapped.
He should resign. He should resign. That is my opinion. He should resign. He's incapable of the job, so he should resign. Obviously, he's incapable. I mean, we have discussed multiple things here, not just the fire. We have discussed about the fire has just given us an opportunity.
This is not the first time it is happening under him. Really.
Yeah. The fire has just given us the opportunity to appraise the entire aviation system.
The entire system.
If you look at the entire system, you realize that the system is failing. It is not up to par. It's not up to standard. FFK is out of his head. He's over
And
his head with this.
too much money is pumped
He's
into
being
it
wasted.
despite
He's
the
being wasted.
failure. Mm.
So he needs to resign because he can't do the job. He's too old. He needs to go into retirement. And young men like myself and the African Wahala, Godwin Sent, and even yourself, Liberation Chat, should be given the
Mm.
opportunity to do the job. We have the strength to travel around all states, go to the different airports, look at the situation. We have the strength to go into the different corners in those places. We can walk around and survey the airports and decide this is what should come. We have the ability in terms of the technical know-how to bring sophistication into the system. And aside from that, our ideology allows us the opportunity to ensure that the staffs are well compensated for the hard work that they do. So FFK is incapable of
And
doing.
of course, even this whole begging of a thing, I believe CCTV surveillance camera can really put an end to stuff like, because
Yeah.
most people don't like to beg on camera. I believe. When you have surveillance camera littered everywhere from every angle, so there's no way you can actually do it. And of course, the surveillance camera also have a monitoring, and of course, it can change angles. Once humans are aware of stuff like this, like even our police officers, if they have body cam on them, I doubt if they would be carrying out this
Even the
blatant,
INEC officials.
begging, because they will know
Even
that
the INEC
camera is
officials.
capturing everything. Even an official, yes, I believe so.
So
Yeah,
those are the things we talk about when we say these young minds, the young
systemic
minds that we have
stuff.
in the African Action Congress, the young minds we have, we are thinking innovatively. We are breaking boundaries of corruption. We have looked at the loophole and we have solved it. But these old men that don't want to just go and, retire are just busy burning the country, letting people die in the north, letting our airports get set ablaze. These men are incompetent. All of them, they're incompetent and they can't do the job. And they are wasting our resources. They are wasting taxpayers' money, not millions, not hundreds of thousands. We're talking billions here. Billions set ablaze. I cannot imagine how much the cost of that renovation now. FFK must be dancing where he is now. Say, money don't enter. Time to pull up another budget. Now time to write. Dear Mr. President, due to unfortunate events that have taken place in the Lagos International Airport, I write to you today to request so and so. Number one, billions upon billions. And that's how they steal our money. That's how they waste our resources on things that don't even they don't even use the money for what they ask for. So when in a precarious situation with these guys, and we must deal with them, we must send all of them out of office and get them retired to then spend time with their grandchildren or rot in jail, depending on the offenses or the non-offenses that they have committed. Yes.
Thank you so very much. And this is what we do at Civic Space. You can see just one single news item. We took our time to really shred it to the granular details, just to absorb and highlight all of the lessons that can be learned from it. And that is what makes it that's what makes our platform different. Anybody can have access to news. Anybody can have access to Sarah Reporters platform, or perhaps any news platform. But what is the kind of detail or perhaps the perspective that we should have on these news items happening like every minute? Things are happening, things are developing. There are news that is breaking every moment. So that is what our platform is all about, really. And I believe you must have learned a thing or two, dear viewers, from this analysis of these great minds in the studio here. The next development that I've seen, I will not be able to maximize that particular tab because of I'm afraid the image that is attached to that news item is somewhat graphic, so I would not want to really make it so big in the screen. But I will read the headline. Say 3 persons died in Adamawa Road crash while heading for Lutheran Church convention. All right. And I believe many Nigerians will be very much interested in this particular news item. Number one, it highlights the fact that our roads are not safe. 3 souls is a great deal of numbers, really. And if we are to pull up, and I would try to pull it up, really, the numbers of people that are losing their lives on the Nigerian roads, numbers of those that are losing their life on the Nigerian road, averagely on a daily basis, you know, I'm sure it will be very shocking. It should be very shocking. All right. And this is not a good development, really. But that is just one part of it that jumped at me. Another part that jumped at me that I believe would also want to look into is that these people are going to a convention. All right. While freedom of religion or perhaps freedom of association is very, very much a human rights issue. Anybody should have that freedom to worship anything that he wants to worship. All right. But the thing is, what should necessitate people traveling this long distance, when there are option of virtual, meetings? And of course, what should make any church compel its members to travel this long distance, knowing that the roads are not safe, neither in terms of you know, the physical nature or perhaps condition of the road, or perhaps maybe there is insurgents on the road. Why can't other options be explored, um instead of putting the lives of people in danger? Because we are talking about what can be prevented, because that is the exact theme that also occurred in the previous news development about the airport burning of a thing. If it can be prevented, it should be prevented. If fire incidents can be avoided, if measures can be put in place to contain fire incidences and is not put in place, then something is wrong somewhere, especially if it's happening repeatedly. Road crashes in Nigeria is now a normal thing. And I believe in by the time we go through the some other news items for today, we'll find other ghastly, you know, graphic incidents of this nature happening. And of course, the fact that our people are willing to risk their life for religious purposes. That is also what jumps at me from this news item. People don't mind risking their life for religious programs. They are so much attached to their religion, and it's stronger than anything that you can fathom. All right, and owing by the fact that our people are not as passionate as that when it comes to being patriotic to the country. And what does patriotism mean, really? When your country is in disarray, when a country is, showing every indications of something is wrong somewhere, like that of Nigeria, patriots of such a country would rise up to the occasion to rescue their country. But what we are having right now is a people that have detached themselves. They don't want. And of course, Godwin was saying it that as he was coming back from Edo State yesterday, while the car or the vehicle broke down on the road, he was having a conversation with someone, and they have said, "No, nothing concern me, concern Nigeria matter. I don't come more hand. I don't wash my hand come more for Nigeria matter. I don't wash my hand."
Yeah,
Maybe Godwin, you want to give us the details to that?
of course. Now the thing is
Yeah,
that
please proceed. Yeah.
yesterday yesterday was an educative day for me, and it was a very special day. Even at the end of the one of the guys said, "Ah, Omo guy, you are really good in this. I just pray and hope that one day Omo wins and becomes the president of Nigeria." I say prayer will not put him there. It is the effort of me, you, and all of us that are here. Okay, I now told them inside the Sienna bus that imagine we were three, four, that was 7, 8, 9. I said, okay, imagine the 9 of us that are here. We come into a conclusion that okay, this is the man. Those other people, this is the man. Those other people, as in all states, everybody gel up together and say, okay, this is the candidate. 15 million Nigerians or 20 million Nigerians will say, so let's do it. Then they vote for him. Then let's see how the federal government will come and ring the election. It will not be possible. The reason why these oppressors in power are so powerful than we, the people that empower them to be there, is not that they are more than us or they are powerful than us. No. It is majorly our docility and majorly some of our foolishness in us and fear. I don't want to die. Some people are just as scared, they don't want to die, but yet Nigerians are dying. He who is afraid of his life is already a coward. You don't want to die, but your brothers, your sisters, they are dying on a daily basis. Even if you want to die, why don't you die on a cost that is on a just cost that generations will live to remember that you fought for something that was worth fighting for. There is no day that people doesn't die on Nigerian road. There is no day that passes by. But yet, and it's so unfortunate that majority of our citizens, they still keep on subscribing to these failures. They still keep on subscribing to their failure, to more failure, more penury. How do they subscribe? How are they subscribing to these failures? By supporting these tyrants in power, the misrulers in power. As soon as you keep voting for these misrulers in power that have put on agbada, that are saying they are practicing democracy from 1999 till this very day, hour, seconds I'm speaking now, there is nothing that has changed in the lives of the ordinary Nigerians. There is nothing has changed, but everything have changed about the life of the Nigerian politician. There is nothing that is working, but yet the citizens, they still keep on supporting these misrulers.
Eh, but why be say Nigerians no get that patriotism in them again? They have lost any sense of patriotism. They would rather risk their life to go to a far distance to attend a convention than for Nigerian to go from a far distance to attend a
A protest.
protest or a confrontation with their oppressor. Why that thing they happen like that?
First
And
of
how
all,
do we really intend to really do something about it to make our
This is
people have
very
a
good
change of
question.
mind, really?
thank you for this question. First of all, before you must commit yourself to anything, you must first of all fall in love with it. That is the whatever you are falling in love to, whatever you are falling in love with, nobody will come and have to motivate you to do it. Just like the woman you love now. There is nobody that will come and tell you that you should love this woman, you should keep loving this woman. It is already in your intention that you want to love this woman. You care, you cherish her. You understand? Imagine your wife now. So that is what this freedom is all about. The reason why you see many Nigerians are not patriotic too, they don't even want to be patriotic anymore is that first of all, they have not even understand the concept of revolution. They have not even understand the concept of freedom. They don't even know that they are working slaves. Yet then the slaves were with chains, but today millions of Nigerians, we are all working slaves. They don't know that they are working slaves. They still just want to keep on recycling the old thieves, thinking that they are doing the right thing just because of they want to be correct. Some are doing it for them to be politically correct or religiously correct. They want to be loyal to their religious godfather. They want to be loyal to their political godfather, thereby constituting nuisance, doing the wrong thing, thinking that you are doing the right thing. Some people will rather die. Some people will rather die traveling to in one crusade or one program than for them to be shot at a protest. I even told these my fellow Nigerians yesterday that I traveled all the way from Lagos. I traveled all the way from Lagos to Abuja for that free in Ambikano protest that was held on October 20th, 2025. When I told them, they thought that that they pay una now. I said, I'm not, all these things I'm doing, I'm not doing it because I need to. Who can pay me? Pay me care. Person won't pay me, make I love freedom. I'm doing it because I love it. The thing is that so many Nigerians, they are just giving hope that, like this guy that was talking to me yesterday, he's a graduate too. He said that since he graduated since 15 years ago, that up till today he has not used the certificate to work. I say, you see, but yet you were telling me that I should not vote for Sowore, that I should not go and waste my vote. I say, if I cannot waste my vote on Sowore, so which any other candidate is right for you to vote for? He keep quiet. So it's not that Nigeria. See, Nigeria. So many Nigeria, they are intelligently unintentional with their stupidity. So many Nigerians know what they are doing. The thing is that they don't just want to key into the fixing process, building process. They don't want to join the building process. So many, okay, yesterday he was telling me that, and that was the one that shocked me most, that the only prayer that he's praying now, that God should just bless him so that he will also bless other people. I say that is a foolish man prayer. That is a
Thank you.
prayer that is a prayer of a very greedy man. So you want may God bless you. Then what about the 100 people that will not be blessed? So you think that if only you get money in the midst of 100 people, you will get peace? There is nobody that can enjoy his wealth in a chaotic society. If those 100 people, 50 people don't see waiting them talk, they will come for you. That your house, when you think say you fence, they go break your gate down, they go burn your house down. So it's better for you to fight for an equitable society where the citizen will live with peace and harmony, with peaceful coexistence, where Mr. A will not be haunting Mr. B. That is the society with this social welfareism for everybody. But yet they still want to keep on recycling their oppressors. So many Nigerians, my brother, they know what they are doing. The thing is that they are just afraid, and yet we keep on dying on a daily basis. I made him to understand that falling in love with freedom doesn't have to do with anything that has to do with money, because what we are doing today is not for our own benefit, for the future generation. And once this system is fixed, you don't need to run to abroad. And he was also saying that he just dey pray now may get money may run. I say, you see, you want to run to a society that were fixed by people who never give up on their nation. But we have a chaotic society now, a chaotic nation. Instead of you to join the building process, let's organize together. We outnumber these oppressors in million fold. We have outnumbered them. But just for us to come together, we have to organize. Let's put together this our anger, this our frustration, years of frustration, decades of frustration. We have to put it together, put it at work, so that we tell these oppressors that they are not the owner of this country. He say he don't give up. Nigeria is beyond irredeemable. I say Nigeria is beyond irredeemable. What are you doing to make it redeemable? He say I fought. I say the only way you win is you must continue fight. You must continue fighting, because there is nobody that won a marathon race that after running to a point he will wait, then they will come and hand over the trophy to him. No, you must keep on running till the end. If you have not gotten that victory of revolution, of that freedom, we must keep on fighting it. That is the problem with Nigeria, because they have tried one way or the other. They have failed that we have not gotten what we want. Some people have given up. No, giving up will not give you the right result you want in life, or the right achievement you want. We must not give up, no matter the hurdles, no matter the demonic hurdles that these politicians have put in our horizon. We must match that barricade of that hurdle of injustice. We must destroy it. That is the strong instincts that Omoyele Sowore is trying to put into the minds of many Nigerians. But it's just as if that so many Nigerians, they know what they are doing, and they don't just want to key into this aspect freedom. That is just it, comrade. It's not that they don't know many, I said it the other time that so many Nigerians know what they are doing. This they know what they are doing. It's just they don't want to belong, they don't want to join the fixing project, and that is why we are where we are today. And that is why they keep that is why they keep that is why they keep supporting their oppressors. That's why they keep subscribing to their own failures, to their own ruin. That is just the problem. Okay, you say Nigeria is not working. You say Nigeria is not working. Yet you don't want to join the fixing process. Okay, just look at that tourist, the two tourists, UK tourists that were in Nigeria yesterday, that the policeman stopped. The policeman asked them, well, what are you guys? The girl answered the police officer that we are tourists. Instead of make our police shut up, he now said that so okay, you people are the one that catch meat in the bush. Imagine someone told you he's a tourist. If you don't know, just keep quiet. Okay, the people that catch meat, how does tourists and catching meat in the bush relate? So you can see the level of stupidity that is with the people that are in charge.
Bulabalu. Baba
You
Blue.
understand? So it's just a pity. It's just the thing. They pay me for body. We they say this thing on fire. Some people see they jump enter. They see they enter. They are still jumping into that fire. Just for us to come together as a people. No, we are being religion. Religion has really done more harm to us in this country than good. Religion. That religion. I don't even want to talk about tribalism here. You see that religion. Religion has done more harm to this our
Yeah,
nation.
but what is wrong in praying for your country? Many Nigerians that we say that as well. We have to have a division of labor. While some will be at the barricade, some will be on top of the mountain to pray for the country, or some will be in a convention, while some will
We
be
are
at the
giving
barricade.
example of a country.
What is really fundamentally wrong in that, in your view?
Good. Give me one example of a sane society, of a working nation that prayer has changed. I want to listen. Let me hear. The
That's
rest
a good
speakers.
question.
The
That's a
rest
good question.
Well,
The way
Nigerian
to
people, my
the way to
panelists have thrown us the question, and I believe to everybody that are watching us across all the three platforms, we are on TikTok, YouTube, and X. Make on answer that question, especially our brothers and sisters that are in the holy month of Ramadan, that they are holding Tesbih currently to pray for Nigeria, for the prosperity, for the safety, and for God to touch the heart of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Maybe perhaps they will have answer to that question. And we really anticipate your cooperation in this regard, so that you can throw light into this, because some of these things, it is not every Nigerian can comprehend spiritual things, and spiritual things have to be breaking down into pieces, so that
say spiritual
everybody
things
can
are spiritually
comprehend it.
discerned. Don't you know that?
Yes,
Spiritual things are
it
spiritually
takes the
discerned.
spiritual discernment. Yeah. So I think African Wala want to jump in on this that particular news where unfortunately 3 Nigerians lost their life. And before he reacts to that, I will also have to maximize these statistics that I have found out, because everything that we say here, we did try the support them with data and what is happening on the ground. The most recent official statistics for the Federal Road Safety Corps, Nigeria, indicates that in 2025 there were 5,289 deaths from road traffic clashes nationwide. So 5,289 people lost their lives from just road crashes alone in 2025. This presents a slight decline of about 2.4% from 5,421 deaths in 2024. There's not really much of a difference anyway, despite an increase in total crashes. All right. Using the 2025 Federal Road Safety Corps figure as the latest reliable annual total, yearly, approximately 5,289 lost their lives. Monthly, on average, 441 lives. On a daily, we have about 14 to 15 lives lost every day from road accidents alone. Road accidents alone claim the lives of 14 to 15 Nigerians on a daily basis. So this is not looking good, really. Because road accidents, for the most part, are preventable. They are stuff that should not be happening at all. All right. In many countries, there's a reason why they have invested so much in the safety of the roads, both in quality of the roads and, of course, the conduct of the drivers, even the states of the vehicles itself. But it seems as though our government just wants us to read the statistics. They don't want us to pay attention to some details. Some details. In Lagos, for instance, now you can still find a 1990 made vehicle in public transport that are moving people in their masses of their numbers from point A to point B. Some of the Volkswagen downfalls that you have in Lagos, and you have them in thousands. They are using manual drive, and of course they are made in the early 90s. You still have it in Lagos, and these guys move people in the large number from point A to
19,
point.
1940 something made, 1950 something. 19,
So, and of course, we now begin to
No be
wonder.
vintage, oh. No
Vintage,
be vintage.
vintage self.
This one no be
in-
vintage, oh. Na person car, na person ride, na in whip. Whip with
You
that.
go enter some downfall for Lagos. You go see say driver dey cut steering, conductor go dey arrange the tire. See, like say
yes, I have entered one of these funny vehicles where now the driver they use hand they throttle. Have you ever seen that? Hand. There's a particular there's a particular rope that
He
is
go drag
tied
that rope.
towards the steering. So he used his hands to pull. It's a very so ingenious. He will use the hand to pull the rope, and that is what
I don't enter
throttles.
car.
That is what propels the vehicle. Really,
Ratio chat.
you know.
I don't enter bus.
And
Wey be
yeah,
say,
we now begin
I
to
don't enter bus.
wonder.
Ratio chat. I don't enter bus. Wey be say driver go just carry two. I don't know. He go just look under where the steering. Then he go just carry two wire. He go just tap the wire together. Twa twa. The car go just do chin 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 chin. The car go on. No key. He go just use the two wire, twist them together.
Yes,
The car
yes.
go on.
They use wire to ignite the.
That one-
Is
that
a
one
kicker.
good. That one good now. The one where they use wire they start. It good now. What of the one you never enter? Where we say
Right.
they don't look me. Now another downfall go go on. As in I go use head
The
push am,
killers,
they start.
killers drive
That
down.
one wey get that one wey get wire. It's still good now. It's still good well.
We don't
See,
do you know if they say bus drivers in Nigeria should be bringing out their driver's license? I don't think up to 10% of the bus drivers in Lagos have driver's license.
they don't have. Not just good that side. They don't get.
And these are the people in custody.
Make you that side.
Like just what you
Interesting.
were saying, that you will even see drivers sometimes. He go put it go for months. He go drive. They go carry shekpe for different bus stop. You understand? So, like seriously, there are some kind of things that we have just accepted as a norm. We supposed to have been like yesterday. I took bus from Bega to Kola. If you see the way they load us like crayfish, come pack load for our back. I now told the guy that was sitting with me. I said, if you try this thing in a sane society now, both the driver and the passenger, they will first of all go and put them in a psychiatric home to evaluate that as a form of mental evaluation before they will come jail us. You understand? I don't.
He said the go first carry you go make the first
Yes,
test
now.
you first.
After
Make them know
evaluation, they
say-
need to test the driver, then test the passengers to know if they are okay. Because seriously, there are some things that we are doing in this country. If you even, it will be alien to those people outside when they see. That's why sometimes there are some things that they see on camera, as in it will look as are these people, as in, are they human beings? Are they human beings? You understand?
Liberation- my comrade, you know, say Obama just talk, say aliens they real. Imagine say those aliens come land for Lagos.
No. Now, see, the way Nigerians say they behave currently, I don't see any Nigerians now alien, because even one of our comrade in Europe this morning, he was asking us that if some Nigerians, the way they are supporting their oppressors, if they are really, as in, if they are truly human beings, because no real human being will really see the evil that is going on in this country, and it will still be supporting the same people that is perpetuating the evil, the same people that have brought us to this level we are. Because now only unreasonable, as in people, see, I beg, and we have a long
Comrade,
way.
You know, go
comrade,
confused here. Nigeria matter is the talk.
comrade. You
You
see,
know,
right? And by the way, I mean,
the
I can't wait for Shenwa Ilara to
good
break
evening.
down that a lot of these things, because we are going back and forth on Shenwa Ayilara's earlier submissions on the Nigerian psyche. When you said aliens, Sheon don't already call us aliens in the past, and I agree, we be aliens because we are no longer normal human beings. Nigeria has made us abnormal. So you get. You see me, I don't work for as bus driver before for 4 years. I did drive double decker bus, and I know the amount of scrutiny that goes into the daily operation, the safety checks, the pre and post trip inspections, the amount of scrutiny that goes into before you can even get your driver's license. And when you juxtapose that with what we have going on in Nigeria, then you just understand that, you see, in Nigeria, for you to get a driver's license, you just have to prove that you can move a car from point A to point B. You don't have to prove that you have the skills. I mean, you may, maybe in some places you have to, but for the most part, it's just being able to put that car in drive forward, turn left, turn right, come back to your original position. That's it. That's the requirement to be able to get a driver's license. But in real life, there needs to be government enforcement of certain things. You see, before you can drive a car, a vehicle that weighs that much, those ones that convey trucks, I mean, that convey petrol, those ones that convey passengers, big buses, those BRT buses, or even trailers, before you can drive those kind of vehicles, you need to go through some serious training because you are about to drive a killing machine. And you will see a lot of Dangote drivers, they be killing people, maiming people, and nobody goes to jail. And they just beg, oh, sorry, sir. It's God's will. Oh, God, now God. They just blame it on God.
And we'll
You
just
see?
move on.
And we'll just move on. And you will no move on. Make I tell you, you will no move on. They will say, you're too stubborn, you're on too much now. Should be pastor don't come beg you. Should be they don't use imam come beg you. No, true, my brother Godwin. Religion. You see
They go
those
tell you,
Abrahamic
say,
religions. If
you won't turn yourself to God.
God's time is the best.
They go tell you, say, hey, you
God's
don't turn yourself
time.
to God. They don't beg you. They don't beg you. Waiting you want again.
See,
God's time is the
I watch
best.
one video this morning for one young lady like that. This happened somewhere in Lagos, I think, or either Lagos, Delta, or Edo. That's where this thing happened. This young, fine lady, she was walking on the street. Some guy, because the guy, you know the way Nigeria be, the guy get money, he get car. Now, so the guy won't talk to the girl. Instead of just talking to the girl like a normal human being, but because most Nigerians have become aliens, this guy decided to sexually assault her. So he tapped her, on her behind. He taps her on the behind in front of everybody, and then the girl gets upset. Who you think say you be? How you go to touch my? Who you think say you be? They was so mad, and she's a very confident girl. That kind of girl. Now those kind of people we need for our movement, our revolutionary movement. And we have millions of them around. So when this girl was upset, people around started begging her. Ah, sister, no vex. Maybe he don't beg you now. He don't beg you. Sister, no vex. You know, nobody went to condemn that guy for what he did. They all came to beg because the guy a rich man. She get because he didn't get money, he didn't get car. The girl will not get money. Now she everybody they come meet say, she be the guy don't beg you now. You step your own too much. Just forgive him, let him go now. Just forgive him. So that's the
Nobody,
way
man.
microcosm of our culture. You see, if a rich man should maltreat you, other poor people will expect you to forgive the rich man. If the rich man can, quote unquote, humble himself to come and beg you, because we don't even expect some people to be humble enough to be on our level. You see, we've now developed a culture where we have to worship some other people and we have to look at ourselves like we are permanently poor. And then our life prayer points become, God, please bless me so that I can bless other people. That's a thief's prayer. That is the prayer of a thief. But let me just land here, make a note to rant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. What an insightful submission. And I believe Adege, do you still want to say something around that patriotism question that I throw? That why is it that Nigerians, please excuse the noise on the background. Why is it that
We always love the
Nigerians
cry
are
of the next
less
generation. Don't worry, we don't mind.
they are less patriotic to matters of national importance? They would rather risk their life for religious purposes. They would go to convention, even God has the heart of the kings and chiefs, and of course, he can actually move the immovable, can reverse the irreversible. And once it is time, and of course, when they also lose their life in in the bid to go and worship this God, they wouldn't make all of this about it. But once there are casualties on protest ground, the first person to jump at the organ. Why should they organize that kind of dangerous something that it will potentially it can be fight out to the lives of the Nigerian people? It could be bloody. Why would you be inciting the people to protest and to confront the government? All right. So these are the things I think we have to really put in perspective, and to get to know why our people take this strategic standing. Because as far as they are concerned, they are they are being strategic at not confronting the Nigerian government for whatever injustice that they believe the Nigerian government has brought on them. They believe it is strategic to not engage, or perhaps another strategy is for them to explore a supernatural entity to come solve the problem. What do you have to say about that? Then we'll pass it to Chiwanilara also for maximum 10 minutes. Then we'll go to the next news item, because so many things they happen. And I believe our platform, of course, we know we have a way of delving into the meaty and the lessons of all of these news development. Adege, anything you want to add to that before we move
No,
to
I
the
say
next?
make I not hold the mic. Make I allow gentle
Very
cargo and
good.
the conversation
You
will
are
make
far
them
too
hit
kind.
the nail on the head.
You are far too kind. Thank you so much. Shemaila, are you there? Let's have your take on this same issue. All right. What do you think about it?
Salutation fáwọn tèmi o, ọwọ́ méjì fèyí ọ̀kan.
Thank you so very much, Ogami.
It is that level that we will get in, this one that comrade African Wala said he had driven a double decker before. Salutation fáwọn tèmi o, wọ́n kí yín o. Ọwọ́ méjì fèyí ọ̀kan.
Baba na God, oh.
I agree with all comrades. You know, now by every means necessary and every means necessary, right? Yeah, so I agree with all comrades on the call. I agree, Liberation Shots. Good job. Kudos to you. Kundus to you, you know, kundus to you for the wonderful job that you're doing. Comrade Ige, I greet you. Comrade Godwin, I greet you. I greet you, comrade. I see you. I see you. Yeah. African Wala, I greet you. Comrade, hey, hey, I remember the cargo. My future, hey, why, where is the prefix? Yeah, I greet you. I greet you, Comrade Cargo. I go remember. Don't remind me. I go remember. Yeah, I greet you. I've been on the call for some minutes. I've been on the X spaces listening to the analysis, spot on analysis on the accident going on within the aviation ministry. Another lesson that Nigerian thinks that we can make cosmetic changes and consider that as progress, and that is never going to be progress. I think it was Liberation Shah that said earlier that it's becoming rampant with electricity, fire outbreak from electricity, and it will increase because in their RNG method of deceiving us that they have strengthened the electrical or electricity sector, without improving in any of the facilities. It's not that they change the wires, they didn't change the cables, they didn't change the transmitters, they didn't change the transformer. In fact, 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, the um, power minister said that Nigerians were unable to transmit all that was generated in electricity, meaning there is no infrastructure to power even if we make progress in form of generation in terms of electricity. Of course, many people in Bande would think that what we have now is improvement. This is cosmetics. Na cosmetics kill Stella Obasanjo in this country. I just had to put that in. Na cosmetic surgery killer. So meaning it is not sustainable when we think we can go in the route of cosmetics, and we are the system is fond of telling us that cosmetic changes is equal to development. And I'm going to cite an instance. We have already seen instances. The instance with the Lagos State, this thing is paramount with Lagos State because they want to create that idea of what is called metropolis environment, a developed environment, by neglecting the key component of what you need to develop and invest in to have an environment. That the quality of a developed space does not reside in the building. Buildings are cosmetics, doesn't just reside in cosmetic stores. Yo, meaning is shining, but it's not deep. There's no depth to it. That the core development in the analysis of what development is, human development index must be put at the paramount. You don't make development in spite of your people. There is no society that can sustain any development, any cosmetic changes without the real change. So these people want to tell us that suddenly they have renovated an environment in which there is still the the core foundational of it, meaning the people have left unchanged, untouched, untrained. The people have left the same way, right? So that is never going to bring about any lasting change. So in the area of electricity also, there will be fire outbreak because even this epileptic, by the time it becomes more constant, which it has become in some part, is that one of the things you first experience, just like I'm experiencing in my area already, is that transformer will start blowing up because we do not have the capacity. These infrastructures do not have the capacity to house or to provide us electricity for 24 hours. And this is with high tariffs, meaning
Tra- Transformer blowing up is not a Nigerian thing, you know. Even in China climes, you know, transformer can also blow.
yes, yes, things could go bad. Where are there for now?
Transformer they blow every AK market days in Nigeria. Every AK market
No,
days.
no, if you know how Nigerians even go about transformer blowing, that's when you know that it is a different case. Yes, the recovery time is what we should look at. When your transformer blow in your area, the way Nigeria respond is how you know. Is how you know whether you have light in the next 5 years or in the next 10 years. When you see that people gather in your area and gather some spiritualist people, religious folks, Abrahamic folks, to go and surround your transformer and start praying, that should tell you that you are not going to have light in the next 5 years. Once you have issue with your transformer, it will be problems. But in a saner climate, that is what the environment is designed for, because they are investing in the core, not just the cosmetics. In the core, the core is, do we have the capacity to house what we are improving on? Number one, we have not even improved on megawatt. We didn't improve on megawatt on generating electricity, but we increase electricity in places where there is no facility for such maintenance. And
Eh,
as
but,
such,
but, but Rome is not built in a day. Why are you people always, you know, painting
yes,
a scenario that we can just basically, you know, become the
jump
best in the
there.
world overnight? Why are you people doing like this?
We are too problematic, really. The point here is that when they want to embezzle money, they tell us that they said the idea that we need cosmetic. Just like every time you see the government of Nigeria investing into capital projects, is because they want to embezzle. All of them, that's what they do. Is a known fact. Now, the educational system can't get the funding, but they diverted the funding into building a road that leads to nowhere, into Calabar Road. And the question we would ask yourself is that, let's even assume that Rome was built in a day. But if you start a shaft that leads to nowhere, eventually, even in million years, you will get to no place. And that is the damaging situation we are in. That even though we can agree to disagree that Rome wasn't built in a day, we are not on the path. They say, let's get on the path. They say the guy is fast, but he's not on the path. Where is it? Where is now the speed running for? What is he going to serve? We are not on the path because we are not investing in things that really matter. So if the Nigerian state is serious about building things, they would invest into people. So the money you are supposed to build into cosmetics, looking good, changing the beauty of the environment. And the reason why I'm saying this is because they have also deceived Nigerians to think that that is development. Nigerians now consider waterfall as development. They now go there and snap pictures and say this is development. That's not development for you in a place where we are struggling to feed ourselves. Farming will be development. It might not look good, it might not look beautiful, but that is more development in the right course than saying that you are giving me waterfall and saying that you are using the electricity that is not even available to power waterfall. So when you put the investment into the people, when you train the workers, when you put the investment into the wages, because we've talked about wages, right? When you put such investment into them, you are putting it directly inside people, and that's development. You are treating people to treat people, others, as human. And for them to treat people as human, for them to come to the recognition or realization that people needs to be treated as human, they must have first experienced humanity. You pay people peanuts and you tell them not to behave in the way they have been paid. No. And then because I was listening to you, I'll just miss it because of time. That what if the pilots were not were paid well? That's why they do not beg. Number one, I think everyone has the luxury of they have the provided you can use somebody to do the dirty job, you can do it. Because my own analysis of that is, what if it's a syndicate? Liberation chart. What if everyone within the sector, both the ones that you see and the ones you don't see, get a share of everything that is made? And it's not far-fetched, because if the DPO can get share even sitting in the office from the job that is being done by sergeant on the street, is it not today? Is it today that we have heard that people are remit, and people fight to be outside? Policemen fight to go on the street to go and do rank at the day. In fact, you have made a good day of a police officer if you ask him to go on the street, because that's where he can sort himself. There are constables today in the Nigerian sector, in the Nigerian policing, that are not paid for 6 months. They call it interim. And these are men, these are grown-up that are not paid. And then you will be wondering, how does these guys feed themselves? How do they survive? They survive on the street. The system also understand. You see, the system, one of the oppressive way this system deal with us is that just like African Wala have reiterated, right? One of the ways he deal with us is to get us to the point where we lose our victim card in such a way that he ensured, he deliberately compelled us to play a part in this destructive system. The system knows that it doesn't pay enough. But what does it do? It creates loopholes so that you can steal. So that at the end of the day, you will have lost your victim card when you steal, when you engage in that malpractices, to challenge the system for doing what it's supposed to do. Every civil servant understand that they are not feeding based on salary. Every civil servant, they complain about salaries. Have you seen any one of them resign? Because they know where they feed. The civil service understand where they feed. They understand where the real job is. The real job is not in salary, it's in the extracurricular affairs. So when Nigerian says, let not the civil service do extracurricular, it is in the rigging of the system. I did a video once about this, about how match fixing, that is not just the footballers, because the footballers are also in the civil service, but how match fixing goes on within the civil service. It's about match fixing. Recently, I consulted a dentist that was present in our side hustle, but she works for one of the biggest parastatal, talking about federal health ministry in this country, and she was not in our office. What I did, I could have done it at the general hospital, but so that there would not be money, so that there will be money in our pocket, civil service cannot function. They have relegated them to criminals. That's why they also think in a criminal-minded way and manner. The same with the school system. When you see a school head in the public school sector that has our own PPE school RNG, a private school also alongside, everybody had everybody within the civil service, one way or the other, have a way of fixing against the system. And the effect of match fixing is that they will create syndicate. There's a syndicate because they can cast themselves. So me, I would not be shocked that the pilot is not also part of it, but it will turn red. It's turning red gradually. You know, there was a time that people would not even do some stuff in uniform. They will say, just like you are saying that on camera, that people, maybe by the time you place camera everywhere, maybe people would consider professionalism over begging. You know, that's before relationship. Have you not checked TikTok? The number of our so-called celebrities that are there begging. No, there is no there is no limitation to this begging. No, there is no maximum to it. Begging is now normal, and we normalize.
But they will say that they are entertaining their audience. That
No,
is
that's not
why
that's begging. They say it themselves. They
no
say it. Listen to them.
but they say they are, well, for the fact that they are sitting in front of the camera and they are putting up a show, and it's entertaining people, and that is
No, that's
enough for them to justify that, yeah, they are being gifted
You
for
see,
that job that they are
sorry, Commission
doing.
Liberation Church. You see, when you said something earlier, when you say, people don't beg in front of camera, I say, make I not just get into that side of things. I say, make I not just talk. People they beg for front of camera now. They go talk, say na content, say na skit.
No,
Na survival.
when I said that, I was
Hmm.
referring to the uniform guys, those that are working for the system. For instance,
Okay.
the immigration officer at the airport, all of the custom, and of course the police.
Now
Once
only
they
when they
have
wear
body cam on
uniform, they,
them.
they do all those one. Once they drop the uniform like this, Baba, if you like carry camera
Eh,
put for
but
their eye like this.
but that would mean that it will be a matter of system that the members of the public, once they don't see camera on them, they know that this is illegal activity. And of course, there's a way you can put all of these things in the law, that
Mhm.
any dealings that you are going to deal with any police officer or any members of the security agents, if you don't see body cam on them, it is considered illegal, and whatever you do to defend yourself is legit. So all of those things, if it can be put into law, really. But are we willing to really do it? And of course, commission is making some important points along the line of, the system intentionally creates these loopholes for these guys to really basically have their own means of exploitation, and they are benefiting from it. So whenever anything happens, they cannot really protest against it, because they are in the ecosystem of exploitation, really. And that way they have lost their victim card, really. They cannot play the victim any longer. And that is a very, very interesting point, I think everybody should take note of. Yeah, thank you so much. Commission, yeah, please proceed. Then in 5 more minutes, then we would move to the next news item, because we have that capacity of staying on one single news item for a long time. Now, so it be for civic space. We like to be very detailed in our commentary, but a lot are happening. A lot is happening, so we have to find a way of really, accommodating, or perhaps looking at as much news as possible. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I will try and make it lesser, all right? Lesser than 5 minutes. I pray that the ancestors help in this case, right? Yeah. So, and Adege is spot on, really. You are also right. But Liberation Chat, I think I would encourage you to get on TikTok.
You never see tap tap
At,
tap tap
at,
tap tap
at the
tap tap
no
tap.
no
Send
at
money
the
gone,
at the
money
at
gone.
the
Tap tap
at
tap
the
tap
still,
tap.
yes, now the
And
still stuff for TikTok now,
military
normal.
men, military men. Military men.
Yeah, I can say of Soldier Boy, the Jigon president, or Giron president, really.
Bro, you see,
It's not
Well,
just man.
that is it.
liberation
Yeah,
chat,
yeah.
liberation chat.
You are
I think
right. I can concede to that anyway.
what
And it will
commission is
also,
pointing
yeah.
at is fact. Like you don't understand what it means. Like this
But
social media
but
thing.
that Soldier Boy now, he sings during his live stream. I don't enter in live stream where he go they sing, he go they hail, he go they, so he can
He was
also hide
dancing.
under the canopy of is
That's what they
entertaining the people.
say. That's how they
That
do
is
it
why.
now. They must package it. You must package
But
it.
but if
Okay,
you
let me.
if you are if you're in the airport, for instance, now, and you're just basically arriving, and an immigration officer walk up to you, what excuse will the person use in saying that he wants to ask you for money? If the law is in place, or perhaps cameras everywhere. All right. What will be his excuse? Really, is he that is entertaining you?
First
Do
of all,
you
the
really
law
want
is in place.
entertainment?
First of all, the
No.
law is in place. First of all, the law is in
Mhm.
place. They should not be doing that, especially when they are on uniform. If the law is in place. Now, there are no cameras in the airport, so there's nothing is watching him and nothing is watching you. When
Because
the interaction starts,
usually people behave more appropriately when they know that they are being
they
watched.
are
Really.
being observed. Exactly. But you see, the thing is that who is observing him? That's a question we must ask ourselves. Let me give you an example. In
Mm,
Nigeria, no
mm,
matter the
mm.
connection you have, if police catch you, if police hold you for road, say they extort you and you call and you make your phone call to whoever you want to make a phone call to, and they trace that police down, what will happen is that that police will give you your money back. That's all. Nothing will happen to his job. He will not pay anything because the person way you call say make him call him subordinate to order. Now him send them in the first place. This the commissioner of police they literally give order say go out into the world and tax them. They are not just doing this thing. I mean, okay, let me ask you a question. You made the statement the other day that after how many police commissioners have said no roadblocks in Nigeria, do you see the roadblock stopping? Is it that it cannot be enforced? But all
Roadblock
that
stop.
one are from out. Now
Nothing
from
happen.
out. People will talk, say make you go. They are just doing, they are playing. This is how you see, you will not be confused that but your Oga say you should not come to the road. What are you doing on the road? You go come go call the Oga go come do like saying the verse. They just they whine you, they do African magic for your you don't take Nigeria. You go confused. Don't play with this country. Beautiful country.
Exactly, exactly. Go into the world and go and bring remnants. Go and bring pussy.
Comrade, let me just reiterate on that. Do you know that every DPO are being given target a month on how much they are going
Yes,
to
nah.
commissioner, and every commissioner are being given target on how much they are going to remit to the IG. I came from a police family. I know what I'm saying. I stayed in police barrack for more than 7 years. So all these things I'm saying is not just fallacies. These are real facts. But yet, now still here we for still now where we dey now we still dey. Where we dey now we
Have
still
you
dey.
even forgotten Ganduje, a sitting governor
Hmm.
receiving bribe on camera with all the evidence needed? Where's Ganduje now?
Um, People can argue that he was not aware that he was being filmed.
Oh. Yeah,
The questions are too funny as well.
Harvey, 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 nah.
See the way Baba hand sharp as they collect dollars. He hand sharp. How they collect the dollars? Say, nah,
They
man.
they put the dollar
you are
inside
now
of
listening
Bariga.
to Agbado people. You are now listening to Agbado people.
And they will even question that that activity. Why will you film somebody without the person's permission? This is infringement on the privacy of the individual. Why do you do that? You don't do that. You can be sued for that. Well,
Oh, man.
and
Yeah,
as they have
anyway.
said, this seems to be like a syndicate kind of thing. And just to validate what Godwin said, I've also heard it. I was inside the tricycle really, and the usual thing that these police officers do in our roads, they even give them numbers, so that when you are coming back for the second trip and you have already paid before, they'll just ask you which number will I give you. Now we tell them the number 8 you give me. Okay, they go. So when that episode happened, I asked the keke driver, I said, what is going on here? He said, wetin we go do? If you no pay them, they go find one kind thing put for our leg, still collect the money from our hand. So wetin we go do? We got
So
we
that,
can't comply. And Kekebara guy said that he didn't get target to deliver because it's on installment. And he's also saying that themselves they get targets because DPO they give them targets. Say in don't hear from DPO. Say making I go. We know they know in no one know how they want to make the money. So far they are returning to the station with 100,000. You no one know how they want to make the money. They have to return back to the station. As they are going out from the station, they must return back with 100,000 naira. So I can also confirm that rumor
And
Really,
okay,
it's actually real, really.
comrade, to even buttress it further, do you know that these policemen
Mm.
they even fight for this position on who Oga go send go road?
Yeah, I think Sean said something like that. Yeah, I believe I heard some, and of course it's logical now. If now road money, if now road money day, who no go one saving one, and of course let's not even assume that all the money that is being collected, all the illegal revenue that is being collected is now everything that will bring come to the station. You cannot assume that.
Mm.
So some will still
Oh, no,
fall
no,
into
no,
the pockets on the normal level before they could deliver that one to the superior office. So this is a syndicate situation really. It's an hierarchical, corruption really. But please, Commission, your time has been resetted. So please land on your
Okay.
points. Then we'll move
Thank
to
you.
Gentle Cargo. Gentle Cargo, you've been here for quite a while. So let's
So
pass the mic back
good,
to you.
so good of you. I will if not interjected, or I'm going to say something else again. But if not interjected, I will keep it at just about 2 minutes or so thereabout. Right. But you can interject, you can interject me. I'm also enjoying the conversation anyway. So I wanted to say that Nigeria itself is a whole big syndicate. Africa itself is a whole big syndicate. So, what institutions will be in it that is not syndicate? So that somebody is not showing his um his his violence effortlessly. Just like our Nigerian politicians, you don't see them carrying bottle. They have never carried bottle before because they can afford to pay some other persons underneath the syndicate. The last election, they can afford to pay a ruling a ruling royal traditional ruler, and in such a way
Even
that the traditional
in fact,
ruler went ahead into the media to make a syndicate
don't worry,
statement
I've
to
put
say
three
that
times
if
today.
you are not voting for this
Because I
particular
ate this last weekend.
candidate, go and jump inside the lagoon. You see, they also paid in another syndicate, one of the syndicate member, to say that in this place we are only voting for this person. That if you are not voting for this person, don't bother to come out at all. Because it's a syndicate. You saw it during the last answer that even though the president did not come out actively to challenge, but they first sent the syndicate, the consequence of this system in itself that they have made, the so-called tout, they first sent them at the NSAS protesters until they now realize that, oh, this is not going to get us the result. So let's send the highest of our syndicate, which is the army. So is all connected. So I'm not going to see the pilot as someone different or professional. If it gets to that point of it, that the system can no longer, because this system cannot sustain itself, just like you have said, people will start hiding funds away from each other. They will start remitting below what they are making. That's one of the things that will happen. If it gets to that point, even the pilot will not mind to come and do the work himself and say, let them give me directly, let them give me what belongs to me. We have seen it now. It could get to that point. Because it's all syndicate. To get, it's getting red gradually. It's going to get to that point. You are going to hear in Nigeria, and they say that there's a particular flight that has delayed because the pilot is hoping that people are going to tip him. Why can't you tip me? Can't you tip me? And this will lead me to, of course, I was going to say something serious about in 1973. We had an accident, a fatal accident that happened in Kano Airport. A plane was about landing and 176 people died out of that plane crash. It is quite saddening that from 1970s till around 2005, where we have the Bellevue airline that killed about another 117 persons. Then but Bellevue killed about 117 persons. That the case of accident in terms of landing and flight is not attended to, has not been tried to resolve. And it will also shock you that even though I mentioned two different scenarios that happen in different decades, in different generation, it's also the same particular make of a particular flight. The Boeing, the one that happened in the 70s was the Boeing 707. The one that happened in early 2000 was the Boeing 737. This is not coincidence. It shows that there is a betrayal, there is a syndicate betraying the system in such a way that it risks the lives of our people. But this is where I'm going to end. That is no longer begging. What we are experiencing today is no longer begging across all boards. It's now exploitation, it's extortion. And Nigerians also they know that you don't argue with as simple as as simple as a cleaner, it can mess you up at the airline. Nigerians know that as simple as a security man, it can mess. What does he need to do? Just delay you. Just find something to delay you about and miss your flight. Because once you miss your flight, there is no insurance. And this is where I'm leading to. Because and this is the madness Nigerians should not play into. There's what insurance called, if there is even insurance, but there is what they call act of God. When you want to go and reclaim an insurance, and they say that if an incident is led by things outside the natural occurrence, which means that is an act of God, they are not going to give you any insurance to that. Do you know how much Nigerian is losing by the time we also believe that fire outbreak is an act of God? And it shows with our religion that people now believe accident. If people can go and be praying about road accident, and you gave some statistics about road accident, things that are preventable. If people can go and be praying about road accident, preventing road accident, that is madness. But what you are changing ourselves about is that you are changing ourselves from a systemic error that we could even begin to address with insurance, because insurance would definitely not pay road accident damage, just like they will not pay fire outbreak, because they now know that when there is a fire outbreak, you go and respond with prayer. You'll be praying to solve a fire outbreak. It's a lot easier for them to term it as an act of God and say that based on that, based on the fact that it's not born out of natural occurrence, that they can't be paying the damage. And you know how much, and that is what you have said. And we have insurance. Do you know how much Nigeria is going to, how much another person in this current day aviation is Keyamo that is, he wants to cash out before. I think they have told him that he will not get the second time. This idiot want to cash out. Do you know how much they are going to cash out from rebuilding that? So it's all syndicates. It's all connected. It's a syndicate.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much indeed, Shumaila. Thank you very much. And this is quite a very interesting angle to this conversation. And without further ado, let's pass the mic to Gentle Cargo. Gentle Cargo, what angle are you looking at this whole thing from? What is your syndicate story of the Nigerian situation?
Hmm. Am I being heard, comrades?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Thank you. See, I've experienced a lot of things in this country. For you to know that this country is gone. You see this talk of DPO give sergeants target and all of that. It is not a movie. It is not as if maybe we are just assuming. It is what happened real life. And now it is just a case of people that get either motorcycle or tricycle as hire purchase. They first work to get the money they want to deliver, then work to get their own pocket money. That's how it is. These policemen will make sure that they do shifts. They know it is a day. Throughout that day, they will remit for their oga at the office. That one might not be in the office, he will be in the beer parlor waiting for his boys after he has drunk pepper soup, eat suya, and carry our girls waiting for
Yetukago,
his
you
boys.
don't do this work before. You don't do this work before. This one where you just did so detailed. Have you been involved in?
See this Nigeria matter don't tire me.
Are you are you are you
Are
involved in are you
you
involved in the
involved in it?
syndicate? In the
Because you don't tell us
syndicate.
about the pepper soup, the girls. We
So
need to know a lot.
so make I just tell now. They go don talk gbese down. Oga DPO go don talk gbese down, waiting for his boys. Because he sure say him boys no go come empty handed. Now, if him boys go in the morning, there did no time wey dem dey go. Then anything from 12 to 4, you no go meet policeman for road. Na around 8 to 11:30, you go meet them for their base where dem dey always stand. And dem know say dem go see person wey dem go lie for im head, wey dem go see money collect.
That
Dem go
one na
lie
sure.
for your head. Dem go tell you wetin be say, especially young boys wey be say no know their left from their right. Dem go lie for your head. Fear go catch you, you go drop all the money wey dey your account. If dem don come settle that one wey be your remittance for their oga, dem go come start their own hustle. Because if dem go give oga money for beer parlour, dem sef go wan do faji. And the other thing be say, na ajo dis people dey use money do. Dem dey dajo die. Eh? If you know how much wey dem take dey do contribution wey dis people dey do, dem no dey see the money use do anything better for their life o. But dem dey always do contribution. 500k to pack 1 million. E dey their body well well.
But there's this conspiracy theory that I think is quite interesting. That there's hardly you hardly see someone who is either into police work or doing NEPA work, build house. If you look at your environment now, look at your area for your streets now. Say you see any landlord will be policeman or will be a retired police officer
Na im be the
or
thing wey I dey
somebody will be
talk
say,
na.
is
Na
that
im
conspiracy? Is that conspiracy true or is
na
just
im
a
na
rumor
im I
mill?
dey when I say they don't use the money to do anything. You can, because you know why? It is the tears and blood of people. Me, I no believe in swear, but there is a way the universe always make them remain wretched.
Sorry, gentle cargo. Let me share this. Civil service. One of the it's all connected though. It's a syndicate. Oh. One of the standard code is that never show what you have gotten. You don't know. Never show what you have gotten. There is no. It's not that people are becoming unintelligent. Civil service will buy a car. Civil servant will buy a car and take it to work. No. There was a popular skit that went viral. I have forgotten the guys that did it. About a guy who is a police officer, a junior police officer, that a senior police officer usually take him to the bar. And then there was an occasion that he got there, and the senior police officer discovered that he was the owner of the bar that he comes to waste money on. That is exactly how they operate. They operate like the Nigerian system, the Nigerian politicians. Never take what you have, never showcase it.
So this thing where you talk
So it's
now,
possible that they have
Commission
a
Waila,
house, they have a car,
this
but
this
they will
this
not show it.
this thing that you
Yeah.
just said now, I'm trying to connect the dots with when I went to an immigration office. You will see all this officer. On I know all this motor wey be say e get the way you go take, car different from motor. I don't know, maybe you understand. Difference
Of
dey
course
between
now,
car
of course
and
now.
motor.
That one wey dem dey push with the one wey get AC, difference dey.
For
Ehen.
this group, and I
Now,
won't kill me, man.
now you see all these people go come start to dey pretend dey carry motor go work, just to let you know say this thing wey Seun Ayinla talk no be lie o. Na motor dem dey carry go work. so that Nigerian people wey dey come do passports go feel like say we all dey the same level, say dem no dey see any money still for their work. Na lie o, these people get Benz the one wey pass Benz. Honestly, this country everything just dey connected, and na true say no how omo, it is we are in deep shit. Na why when I hear some people say but Rome is not built in a day, America waited for 255 years, e dey always vex me. I dey always dey very pissed off and annoyed. But wetin I wan do when e be say dem don socially engineer common man, common masses to feel like say dem no fit be anything for their life. As we dey speak for dis country, we get houses wey be say still dey mud houses still dey plenty. I say the whole country be like village sef. Man, it's crazy. See this syndicate thing and this connect. If we connect everything, it is falling back to the system. It is going around this rotting system because school teachers, all of them get side hustle, but they no go ever leave that work because say they know say they no fit leave one for one. They won't try meet up and all these things. Guys, I'm not in a very very fine mood to talk plenty today. Make I just dey listen. Thank you to the listeners and the
Gentle
speakers
Cargo,
also.
thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, Gentle Cargo. The African Wala, would you like to chime in before we move to the next? Okay.
Not trying to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, everybody, for our great analysis. It's a blessing that Nigerians can actually, listen to this very interesting perspective to news, items, things that are developing in their country, And the next story that I would like to look at is this. I'll try to maximize it. All right, ADC 2027 election. ADC drags Enugu government to court over mandatory 150 million naira for election advert permit. 2027 ADC drags Enugu government to court over mandatory 150 million naira for election advert permit. This thing get at stake be really that a government would ask for this much money. All right, this is over $120,000 just to be given the permission to showcase your candidate on billboards, on every means of reaching out and putting visibility to your candidates, to the people. Similar thing happened at Anambra election that just passed, where the government was asking that Comrade Chioma Ifeanyi should pay 15 million naira as advert fee or permit to be able to mount a billboard, really. And yet, many intellectuals in Nigeria still believe that, opposition parties is because they are not doing enough. That is why they don't have visibility. And they will still believe that, oppositions don't play their cards right. That is why people don't know them. So how will people know them when the advert permit is over $120,000? This is even over $130,000. We have to convert into American money. And even that, I intentionally converted it because is that how it is? All right. Even in those places, do they pay that much? Even in terms of collecting forms to run in political offices, do they pay that much? All right. So I find it very, very interesting, really, that this is the requirements and this is the part of this. Anybody can whip out some sentiment that this is part of the whole game to silence the voices or perhaps the visibility of opposition parties. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen in the panel? Anybody can jump into this. Let's just give a little bit of comment on this, then we'll move on to the next.
So, ADC drags in government to court over mandatory order for election advance permits. You see, they do everything to disenfranchise you. Yesterday, when I was listening to the news, I heard, I think it was Sheon the newscaster, not Sheon Elara, Sheon the news broadcaster. He said that there were nine.
Sean Kimbaloye
He
of
said that there
Channel
were of
TV.
no, of Arise, the Arise guy.
Okay,
You know
Arise.
Arise?
Okay,
Arise,
okay.
yeah. The guy said that they caught 9 people in Abuja for vote buying over the election. 4 of them were in Kwali. I just did feel bad for Comrade Sydney. 4 of them were in Kwali. 5 of them were in Kwali. One of the guys they caught in Kwali had 13 million naira cash with him. 13 million naira cash. They didn't talk about how much the rest had, but if one person had 13 million naira cash, you can only imagine how much the rest had, and then you can imagine the ones that did not even catch as well. I'll let your imagination run wild with that. But you see, what I'm just trying to point out is this: our political arena has been reduced to a commercial system. Everything is transactional, especially under a capitalist system. Everything is transactional, from buying votes, from you having to sell your life for money, for you having to do all these many things just to survive. When it comes to election, that's why they use money to disenfranchise people. They use capital to disenfranchise people. For example, how much do they sell political party tickets in all these other parties? Nothing less than millions. APC, at least we can speak for the ruling party. The ruling party, before Tinubu came into power, they spent how much? 100 million per person. And we had how many contestants running for that position? We had at least 6 people running, for those positions in APC. All of them bought tickets for 100 million naira. That alone has put 600 million naira in the purse of PDP. If PDP needs, if APC needs to do and undo. And we in our party, we are looking at how much. So they try to disenfranchise. They don't want the Nigerian people, they want to defeat you psychologically. This is why they steal all this money. So that when it's time for them, and they legalize certain things. For example, they will not tell you, oh, legally, this advert is so amount. You must pay. I don't know why this is complaining, because they have billionaires in their party, thieves that have stolen Nigerian money. So they should be able to pay up and meet with the stringent fees. But we see this everywhere. Even to register a party, you will spend millions. They'll tell you that you must have a location in Abuja. If you live in Abuja, say to get office for Abuja no be small money. They'll tell you that you must be active in 20 something states. That means you must have offices in this or locations, these locations in this state. That you must have this in this state. You must do this. You will now pay a registration fee at least 3.5 million naira. They use money to disenfranchise the people because they know they have impoverished the people. They know that the common man cannot, afford all these things. They know. So they steal all the money. And then when you cannot participate in the election, they'll say Nigerian people don't like to vote. They push the blame on the Nigerian people. After they have stolen all the money, they have put all the laws in place. They have told all the people that are selling signboards and everything to make sure that everything is expensive in the society. They give us even to breathe in Nigeria now is expensive. So it's their tactics. It's one of their ways of disenfranchising the people, of forcing them, or pulling their electoral process out of their hands. Transport is expensive, so even if you want to go from one place to the other to vote during the election, you can't move because transport is expensive. To even go and get your PVCs, I think there was someone who was talking the other day on Sunday when he came on the Twitter space, and he was talking about how much it cost him to get his PVC. He said he had to spend money going back and forth to go and get his PVC. He didn't have to fight. So they find a way to just make sure that you cannot, they just don't want you to be able to show. And when you see them, look at, I remember when Obaseki was running for governorship in Edo State. I remember very well. When I came to Edo State, when I entered to Edo State that year, I felt Obaseki was running against himself. I didn't know who the opponent was because Obaseki's face was the only face plastered around the entire city, everywhere, plastered everywhere inside the entire city. But you can't even tell who is going against him. So just by that, people would might assume that oh, Obaseki is the only one. People love him so much. They will do poster. They will say sponsored by this person. They just so our political arena is one that has been saturated by money, and those that like the ADC, people in the ADC who say they want to be a part of that money politics, they should not complain because they too in their party they have money bags. We are the ones who have always said that our politics in Nigeria is not about money. We, the People's Party, the Workers' Party, we have always been the one to say that politics is not about money. It is life and death. It is not a game. We have said that time and time again. And that is why when we go out to interact with the people in community, we let them know that we're not here to buy your votes. We are here to speak with you on a basis of conviction for your own good. And we already see it happening in our party, for example. We saw how common men, working men, men who trade their time, their life for money, were able to take out of their pockets in this hardship and contribute to the different campaigns of all our candidates that ran in the Abuja election. We're not able to compete with the money bags, we're not able to buy votes, but we're able to do the most important things. We're able to organize, we're able to, put our flyers out there. We're able to create a pool of money to be able to get all our agents in the different polling units. We're able to ensure that they were funded. We're able to ensure that they were secure. This is how we're able to utilize the small resources we have. And we have always said that the liberation will be pushed by the people, whether the democratic liberation, whether we are going by the barricade or whether we are going by the ballot. It will be pushed by the people. And we, to be honest, these millionaires and billionaires, they've all become rich by us. So we must be the one to fund our own revolution. We must be the one to fund our own liberation. We are going to do it. So people like ADC who have money bags, who still want to complain and can say that they don't have enough money, they want to participate in this election. They have always said that this is what they want to do, that they want to play the game. They shouldn't complain. They should go and play the game. They should go and enjoy them. This is what they've always wanted. They asked for electronic transmission. They got it. This is what they need. They should go and play the game. They will now understand why we have told them that this is not a game. It is life or death. That's all I have to say for now, my comrade.
Thank you so much. This is not a game. This is a matter of life and death. Interesting. And just for the new for the new of us that are just joining the broadcast, we are talking about the the court case that is actually between ADC and the government of Enugu State, demanding for a mandatory 150 million naira for election advert permit. And I really do a little bit of digging, to compare this with places that, other places, other areas, because they don't really mind to compare Nigeria with other places, whenever it suits them. But I think we want to remain consistent here because in even in places like America, for instance, permit fees for outdoor advertising structures like billboards can range from $10 to $300. That is minimum of $10, maximum of $300 for billboards annually or per application, depending on the size or location. Alabama, $25 initial plus $10 renewal. California, up to $300 application plus annual fees. So, and of course, they said temporary political campaign signs often requires no permit or low or no fee permit in many cities or counties, but placing them on public properties right of way is usually illegal and can lead to removal fees. But the thing is that if you are to attach any form of fees to adverts that are political, even in this California now, their revenue or their worth in terms of economic economic stamina is far more than Nigeria. And this is just a state in the United States, really. But look at how much they are demanding for permits for election-related adverts, billboard,
When they will not,
maximum of $300.
when the government, the stupid government, will not invest in building infrastructure, in bringing some good industries that would generate funds for the people, that will employ the people. That's when you start seeing them doing it. Because look at, you're talking about California, you're talking about Alabama. These are states where they have invested into the local economy. So they don't need to come and task the people for doing mere things like posting banners and doing advertisement. That's do that, yeah, as long as it doesn't obstruct it doesn't obstruct the societal norm, the societal balance. Do that. But when your government is stealing all the money that is coming from federal allocation, first of all, they are stealing all the FAC money, the small internal generated money that they are getting from small banks and all these things that are working. Those ones too is gone. They are going to look for how to get money. How else can they get money? They'll start asking people for doing petty things. Imagine putting 150 million for campaign advert that will not last for more than a year. Does that even make any sense? So
If it doesn't even, they even the reach months now. This is how many months they take the campaign months is not the past 6 months now. It's not the past 6 months, and of course the INEC have already pegged primaries to November. So that November now, if you have to look at it very well now, from November to March, that is the election month. That's just barely 6 months. It's not even up to 4 months. So 150 million for just to permit, not to do the printing
not
to pay people to help you to post it. Like, this is outrageous.
Go hear what?
This is outrageous. And it compared, and I find it very, very, the scale is just unfathomable compared to California. $300. Can we compare $300 to $100,000 plus?
You know, when you say $300, people will think that $300 is for a month or a day. $300 annually.
Annually for the whole. That is, if you want to campaign for the whole year, if you want to put your billboard for the whole year, $300. But in our own climb, just less than 4 months of billboard permits, they are asking for over $120,000.
Go hear what?
This one, he weak me small. This one.
Are you sure?
I am still very much. Please go for it, Chinwailara. On top of this matter now, what will be your comment on this matter? Then we'll move to the other matter. Thank you so much.
Let me speak the grammar you want to say. You are flabbergasted. In the climate where we buy, where the ruling party sells candidacy form for 100 million naira. It's all syndicates, really. And then you wonder whether this is a systemic error or human-made error. No, this is not human-made error. This is systemic error. The people are setting the criteria and the parameter within that price tag. Understand what they are doing. They know that politics in today's structure is not for governance. It's for looting. And you must loot. The people you must loot must first collect from you. And as such, in any way and every way they can collect from you, they will collect from you. So, and it also speaks to the fact that we are living in an environment where the mediums of expression is highly controlled by the state. Highly controlled by the state. You talk of the traditional media, highly controlled, censored by the state. You talk of the new media, highly controlled and censored by the state. The other day, I mentioned the word K, all right, which I will not complete. And then we had to say, don't say K, say pi. And I've made a statement on this before that should the system address the saying or address the error? Should they stop the incidences that is leading to the saying or they should control the saying? You see, that's a systemic error. The system targets at controlling what we say, but not interested in stopping the event. That's systemic error. So the system is not interested in stopping corruption or curbing corruption, but they tell us that we should not use the word corruption anymore, that but this is how politics should be played, that people should, invest this more into politics so that they can play the game. No, this is and just like Adege said, in the curtain, participate and get involved. One of the things that would be exposed to is that elections are actually rigged not just on the day of election, that elections will be rigged even before the day of election, because this is rigging. Do you know how many people that you have discriminated from campaigning with this policy? For a fact, the people cannot afford, the people organizing together without a money bag, without a criminal, a formerly criminal that the sins can be forgiven. Because we need to understand that it is only the people whose sins can be forgiven, who are criminals, who are looking for forgiveness of sin, that can afford this amount. Even those ones are now complaining that is too much. Because ADC is in the category of those whose sins, former criminals whose sins can be forgiven. But even the syndicate of ADC is now complaining how much more the people organizing committee. So it means that it's either we boycott this traditional media or we protest against this idiotic policy. But that is the essence. The essence is to disenfranchise Nigerians in such a way that Nigerians are never exposed to real candidacy, to real candidates that will present and address issues, but to see the money bags. And that is where Nigerians also must learn to not go in the with the bandwagon of saying that there are three popular candidates. When you make statement like that, you are sponsoring the rigging of elections, because to make candidates popular in this nation is not based on merit, it's based on money. So Nigerians also should be aware that when the so-called traditional media now starts telling the fake lie and the lie combination, it's not ontology, it's FRC. The fake and the lie, right? When they start selling us that there are three popular candidates, you should refuse it and reject it, and not take the narrative of the state, because that's the narrative of the state. And that already deprived us of having real candidacy that protect our interests. Because you don't tell me that ADC will pay this amount of money and they will not loot the government's resource. There is no party that will give this amount of money to the state without rigging it. Yeah, maybe I stop there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it is true, because we should look at the ripple effect of this. What will be the result if anybody can cough out this amount of money? This is basically how much is salary of a how much is salary of a governor really for 4 years. All right, even if it's a 1 million naira per month, that is if we are to assume that the governor makes a 1 million naira as basic salary. That is 12. 12 times 4. All right. 12 times 4. I think that should be within realms of 36 or so, or 38 thereabout. 38 million. That is nothing compared to this. So that kind of person now would you think the person will not factor in all of these expenses when it
No,
gets to office?
don't belittle our state government. We might be the poorest, but in terms of paying well, the governors and senators, no, they know how to pay themselves well.
Hmm.
A senator take home 40 million monthly minus the other largesse.
And if
Don't belittle our state governors. We don't know how to
hmm,
pay civil servants well. They don't know, it's not in the dictionary or in their part of their program to pay the teachers well, to pay the medical practitioners well.
hmm,
But it is a top priority to treat themselves well. Ah,
hmm,
do you know how many security votes that have not been uh, um, analyzed for the past
hmm.
20 years?
No
That state
account,
government
no
account
accountability at all. Hmm.
on security votes.
It's just
That is
slush
just
funds. Hmm,
it has become the hegemonu state governor,
hmm.
the syndicate
Billions. Hmm,
in billions, yes. Minus the some of the returned funds, looted funds recovered that they share amongst themselves. I could
wow.
remember during Jonathan that some of the returned loot of Abacha was shared amongst the states syndicate in such a way that we didn't see the effect of that money. Everything is audio in this country.
Hmm,
They announce to us, they are the one telling us that corruption is out of the way. We are not seeing it. Audio. They
hmm,
announce to us. Do you know how many palliatives they said they have shared? You need to keep following the news. About billions of naira have been distributed to audio Nigerians. Even in these administrations, right? So it's really toxic how this guy. So I'm just saying that no, don't believe it. Them 1 million care for who? Is it for? They said 300. A state government is spending 300 and something million naira on miscellaneous. Is it for powering fuel? So is it
Is it
for card, cash card?
correction? Correction.
Yeah,
Is it not yesterday that we saw the news that Ministry of Health have to complain that out of the 300 and something billion that they approved for them, that is only 36 million for the whole year that they have been given. So where is audio money everywhere? Audio money.
exactly. So liberation chat, e jack up the money. It's not 1 million naira. I don't know. We don't know how much they make. You see, this is another thing. There is a bureaucracy around how much our government officials make. We don't know. Even the one that is 40 million, if you take the level of investigative journalism that Sahara reporters have to do, for us to come to the standpoint that they take home 40 million on a monthly basis, and they tell us that there is no money to develop this nation, no money to put into the educational sector, no money to pay subsidies, no money to um, ensure that there is facilities within our health sector, you know, and even the stipends they would even allocate is stipends. Less than 10% of Nigerian budget is allocated towards education. Less than 10%. Less than 10% is that same vein is allocated towards education. Even in the stipend, it will not really get to the place and the sector that really matter for the using, for the essence of it. Even that stipend, and that's what Comrade Adege just revealed now with the news, that it is already a stipend. It's not enough, but even in that stipend, they still make life difficult for us all to make it available. So they pay themselves well. They don't forget to pay themselves well. Back to you, Liberation Sharp.
The politicians pay themselves well. Interesting. And of course, I also want to really, just for the formalities, call our attention to, okay, let's imagine that now you now pay that permit, finish. You still have to worry about, all of the televisions. If you want to really, carry out your advert or perhaps showcase yourself, showcase your campaign in the TV for 30 seconds in, let's say, Channels Television. Let's look at their rates for non-commercial, adverts. 15 seconds is 100,000 naira per hearing or daily package. All right, 30 seconds, 200,000 to 400,000 per hearing in prime time slots. 60 seconds is 400,000 naira. That is for non-political advert. Now let's go to political adverts. They said for political adverts, they charge 50% higher due to the surcharge. So a 30 seconds political spot in prime time or news could range from 300,000 to 600,000 per airing. That is every time they show your advert for 30 seconds. 300k naira to 600k naira is gone. So I think all of these things point to one thing. Politics is very expensive in Nigeria. Very, very expensive. And of course,
Liberation Sharp.
yeah, please
Gbogbo wọn ló
proceed.
lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Gbogbo wọn ló lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Bí Nàìjíríà ṣe bàjẹ́, gbogbo wọn ló lọ́wọ́. What's the yardstick that politicians should be paying more, 50% more than the business person? See, these guys are already telling us that they know what the politicians would go to do in the office, and that what he goes to do in the office is more profitable than a business person.
I thought I'm the one that is just seeing that one. I don't know. Say yourself, you notice how. How can you be charging 50% more for political person? Won't go serve people. Person won't go serve people. Won't go represent the people. You are charging 50% more. All right, compared to non-political, even commercial adverts that want to make money. It seems illogical.
So it's not illogical, actually. It's not illogical. It is actually not illogical, my comrade. Now, if they did not know that the politicians are stealing that money and they have that money to pay, they won't put that charge in the first place. You must understand that our news anchors are also involved in this syndicate. They are the people who whitewash these politicians. Because, I mean, there's this think about it. Ideally, a business owner should be richer than a politician. But they charge the politician more.
Exactly. That is exactly why I said it is illogical. Why should they?
Logical. It is logical. It's
Man.
just that we are in Nigeria. That's all.
Exactly. There is the Nigerian thing that I'm the Nigerian factor. Is that Nigerian factor that I'm really, really talking about?
Because think
It is
about
that
it.
Nigeria-
Go they
Man.
argue with the civil servant. You go they do Dorival with the civil servant.
This is
In
crazy.
most countries,
Oh,
politicians live the most how can I say it? I'm thinking of the word to use, the most non-extravagant life.
Yes, they live a very simple, minimalist
Simple
life.
life, you go to work. In fact,
Really.
Okay, not lie. They live
Huh?
an extravagant, luxurious life. But the code before, we say, no put camera in front of it.
No,
The
I know
code
they even
the
talk for
civil
Nigeria.
servant-
I know they talk for Nigeria. I'm saying in most countries outside Nigeria.
Even them too, even
know they live
abroad
large.
too, they live an extravagant
My
life.
comrade, make I ask you one
But
question.
no put a code to it.
Make I ask
Check
you
the
one, no.
Pandora news
Make I ask you
paper
one
now.
question.
No
Get
be
what I want to
politicians
ask you.
put there.
Commercial, make I ask you one question. Make I ask you one question. Have you seen Trump in a Rolls Royce before? I've seen Dino Milaya in a Rolls Royce. I've seen Wiki in a Rolls Royce. I can't list the amount of politicians in Nigeria who have Rolls Royces in their house that we have seen like this. And mind you, Trump is a businessman. Let's even leave Trump. Have you seen Barack Obama in a Rolls Royce before? Have you seen Mark Rubio, in a Ferrari before? Have you seen Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders is a billionaire. Have you seen what's it be name? Pete Buttigieg. Our politicians are the ballers of the politician class. They are the
Even Ramaphosa of South Africa.
Ramaphosa. see.
Comedy.
Yeah.
Did you see any of them in the Epstein file? You think
You know that one
to enter the Epstein file, you think he does not times 10 what Dino and himself, what he owns?
No, you see,
You think those guys that mentioned it?
look at
I get your point.
Okay.
You see, yeah, I did hear you.
Look at Boss here. The people for Epstein file, now their frivolities, and their fetishes, then go, explore their fetishes and all those. Now, what thing they go do? For this Nigeria, this will not be fetish. This is not a fetish. This is just evil. Like you see, these other politicians, he get money where we say, I'm telling you, those guys, they can't move money through their account. Those people don't steal money for their own self-aggrandizement. They steal money for white supremacy. They steal money for institutionalization of their power in the world. They can move. Don't get it wrong. They can move funds around though. They can move funds around, but it is not that they will be using to buy wristwatch, buy shoe, buy Louboutin, buy car. No. They don't do all those ones. And you see, for them as well, when it comes to election, and this is where their own election is different. Now, why did they get what they call PAC? I've forgotten what they call that PAC. That PAC, now, person like, let's assume that I'm a billionaire now. And this is where capitalism too plays in their own system. The billionaires will say, I know, say politician, you don't get money like that, but don't worry. I will donate to your campaign. When I donate to your campaign, they will put it in a PAC. I've forgotten what they call it, PAC. That's what they call it in their elections. I'll put it in a PAC. You take that PAC, you use it to do whatever you need to do, run your election. But when I need you to bypass some laws later in the future, don't forget that you help me or I'll help you. Bam. That's it. But you see, Nigerian politicians, they are the ones stealing that money, say it's going to their accounts. It's going straight into their accounts. And they don't even hide it. Even if the American ones, they hide them. This one, they know they hide them. They do them koro for your eye. They will go with 60,000, 16 convoy, all the police, their cars, their children are living the best life. We saw a picture recently of Wike's son when he was graduating. Wike's son was wearing a shoe worth over 2 million naira. He was putting on a shoe worth over 2 million naira. Wike's son that does not have a job, that's just graduating from school, 2 million naira. Wike has a Rolls Royce in his house. What has Wike done? Wike has been a politician for God knows when, for as long as God knows what. What has Wike done? Does Wike have a business? Can anybody look and say this is Wike's business? Wike is a lawyer. Can they tell me this is how many times Wike went to court? These are the cases that Wike won in court that made him this billionaire. Rolls Royce don't be Shere Cambiao. Dino Milaya has like 2 or 3 in his house. From doing what? Which business? Which business does Dino Milaya do? Let's move. Who again? Esama. You know how many billionaires, politicians we get for Nigeria? On an average, I think somebody was saying, where was I listening to it this morning on the news, where they said that look at it. See, this is why we must fight this government. Tinubu increase allocation to local governments. As we speak today, at least nothing less than 700 billion. How much? 700 billion, 700 million has been allocated to all the local government chairmen in Delta State. At least, as we are talking right now, this is their budget. This is their budget allocation, 700 billion to all the local government chairmen. Billion. And we both know, say out of that billions or say millions, whatever they've given him, he must thief now. He must appease the gods, if at all. before you now begin to even look at how you go sort out the remaining people, because these people never think about, okay, what will I do for my people? It is how am I going to do? And so these news broadcasters know, the news broadcasters are aware. So they know that these people can afford it. They know the politicians can afford it. The lawmakers can afford it. Local government chairman can afford it. So why not? You charge them all the crazy things. You want to do politics and you want to do 15 seconds for general election. No problem. 600K, sir. Oh, no problem. And the crazy part is, think about how many news adverts or how many political adverts you see on TV, and think about how much has gone into them. On an average, you will see at least 4 adverts, 30 seconds advert. So let's assume it is 300K on an average for 30 seconds advert, right? Per day. Per day, not per month. 300K, and you now times that by, let's say, 4 adverts in a day, that's 1.2 million per day. Multiply that times 20. Let's not say they're advertising all the days. Let's just say 20 days. That is 24 million naira for a month for advertisement. Multiply that times 6. That's 144 million gone for TV advertisement, 30 seconds, 6 months alone. You can't talk, say, make Enugu government no charge 150 million for permits. You know why? They know they can afford it. They know. So everybody is in on it. Everybody is in on this scam. All the parastatal, all the institution, all of them are in on it. 150 million naira fee. Patutomi. What do they call them? The government can say 130 million. They already want to disenfranchise people. This is advertisement fee. We are not going into the cost of production of all the things that we use to do the advertisement, from the billboard to the t-shirts that you print, to the cap that you will print, to the places that you go to preach to people, that you talk to them on the street, to the tracks that you will share, to the places where you go print, to the calls that you will make. We have not even gone into all those logistics. We're not going to all those logistics. Say you go even spend fuel to drive your car to all the different locations to talk to your people. You must mobilize events. They go come for that event. They go stand there. You go give some people refreshments. You will get a conducive environment at least, because you don't want to keep your people standing under the sun. Different things. You understand all these things. And they see their campaign now. How did they do their campaign? All Nigerians, they're outside under the sun. All of them, they're under canopy. Subject us to dehumanization anytime, and then move the money around. So you can understand why Arise is doing well. You can understand why Channels is doing well. You can understand why all these other, CTV, TV, all this LTV, they're all doing well. Why would they not do well? When this is the kind of money they spend, this is why they can never say the truth. Waiting, you want make them come talk, say, politician they thief money. You want make them talk for TV where they be say their entire life is highly dependent on this 4 years politics. I made a statement the other day. Do you know how many people make money during election period alone? We need to understand how many people make money during election period alone. Election period alone, they make stupid money. Person will go print share, go make money. Person will go do, they make money. Oh. People no go joke with these people. Liberation, over to you.
Thank you so very much. That will mean that they can make enough money that can keep their station running for the next 4 years before the next election cycle. Within that window of 4 months to 6 months of campaigning, they can rake in enough revenue that
money
they
that will
can
take
use
them for
as
the
a
next 4 years.
pool of funds. I'll take them for the next. Wow, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And you now begin to ask, where is the slot? Where is the chance for parties that are pro people? Where is the slot? All right, this 150 million naira that this is just Enugu State. This, and of course, this is this is just Enugu State.
How much is Lagos and Abuja spending? We never know. This is why people need to come on this show so that they can understand how money is being moved in Nigeria. Make them not just think say all these 2 trillion where they year, all this 1 billion, 150 million where they year, say person thief, all this. They need to understand how this money is moving inside the system. This money they move inside the system. Oh. Some people are benefiting from this.
Adege, can you hear me, Adege?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Adege?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very well.
I was even saying I had a network. I had a network timeout. So I was saying that this is just for Enugu State. That is, if one wants to campaign across 36 states, you have to pay the fee of every state. You have to pay all of the fees, and of course, we already know of the one of Anambra State. That one talks in 50 million. So we are looking at the range of 50 million to 150 million, average of 70 million. All right, for 36 states. So where is now how can a party, a pro people party that relies on crowdfunding of the people, with the whole of the crowdfunding that AAC had in the last election, all the money that was raked in is just 40 million. All the crowdfunding, gbogbo tigbo, awuyewuye, everything, total 40 million. So that money is not even enough for if they want to sort just only permit for even one state. So you now begin to wonder. People are now saying, yeah, they don't have visibility. The people don't know. People don't know AAC in my village because they have been systematically divisibilized. Or how do I want to put that English? The system has made sure that people don't see them. The system has made sure that people don't see them. People don't know them. People do not even stand a chance to know them. Same. Is why this? Network timeout again.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can
Wow.
hear you.
Okay, I think I'm audible. It's the reason why this same channels TV they refuse to allow Showore to be in the debate, because there is this debate that they usually do, presidential debate. They made sure, even despite conducting a poll, and the poll revealed that people said they want Showore to debate. They did not want to give him that visibility. They still denied. So I laugh when intellectuals says that, yeah, people don't know Showore, people don't know AAC, they are not in the grassroots. The last video that we did, that I created, talking about structure, I said Showore to go and learn how to build a structure from the Nigerian politicians, because that content, of course, please go take a look at it. I think it's one of the latest content that in fact, it's the latest video that we push out. You know, it highlights Showore basically addressing, in a village people, the kind of village square kind of a podium kind of situation. And of course, one of the elders says, where is your structure? Do you have a structure? And of course, in the middle of even trying to explain to the elder that, yeah, you are, the people are my structure, the party is the party of the people, all of a sudden, the vehicle, the bus that is labeled City Boy Movement just walks into arrives into the event, and started sharing rice for the for the audience. And of course, it turned to a pandemonic situation. There was chaos because people were now struggling to take the rice, and the event was basically disrupted because of that. And of course, one of the elders now pointed to Showore and said, well, this is how to build a structure in our community. And Showore was like, that is just a fictional story anyway. It's not real. But he paints the picture. And this is just it paints a picture of the fact that everything has been monetized, and they have succeeded. Even outside this systemic gatekeeping. That's what I'm looking at as. Even apart from this systemic gatekeeping, they have also raised the bar such that even if you are able to pay all of these monies, you will still have to put incentive in the hands of the people for them to consider you a politician because they have normalized this thing. So if you are imagine now you are coming to come and sell your candidacy or your candidate or your party to a woman that sells groundnuts. What do you think the woman will be expecting? For you to buy the groundnut, you must buy the groundnut for her to take you seriously. Otherwise, she will make reference that even when Peter Obi came, she bought my groundnut. When Amechi came, she bought my corn. When Tinubu came, they distribute rice for us. They shared money for us. So you want to become politician, you don't want to share any money. What are you going to go and do there? So people have normalized is people are now part of the syndicate. All right, people are now part of the syndicate. And like you have to give us our share for you to even stand a chance. And it will, even on election day, it will still be a competition for you. You still have to compete for the votes. Because, and that was exactly what happened in Abuja. All right. Despite all of your campaigns, all of your awareness, you still have to on the D-Day, you still have to factor in, and of course, you now begin to wonder why they are stealing that much in office, why there's so much embezzlement and stealing. It's all thanks to this whole thing that we are talking about here, really,
My
and it's
comrade,
the crux of the matter. Yeah,
I
yeah.
say,
Please let me use the opportunity to go on the gen. Please proceed. You may not see me in like 3 minutes. Thank you.
okay, no problem. I say, comrade Sydney tell us say for in locality, people come in and tell them say, well, this is when the vote buying was going on anyway. You know, when we were discussing about the feedback from what happened on ground, he said he realized what people refer to when they say APC has structure. See now it dey make sense to am when they say APC and structure. See, they were willing buyers and they were willing sellers. It wasn't a matter of violence. It wasn't a matter of one person intimidating another person. No,
Really?
everything. He said, yeah. He said it was just calm. It wasn't a matter of shouting. It wasn't a matter of fighting. No. That they were willing buyers and they were willing sellers. That everybody just did there. Police did there. Everybody did there. They observed. The people they come. That people came and met him and said, look, see now, we have not collected money. We want to vote for you. But what will you give us?
Can you imagine?
They told him, they said, so okay, but what will you give us? You can imagine Nigerians are used to vote buying. Nigerians anticipate vote buying. Nigerians look forward to selling their votes.
That is why I said it the other time that majority of Nigerians, we know what we are doing.
Yeah,
So
you said it. You said that we are willfully just. There was a way you coined it that I was
yes,
like,
now
there's a way you
we,
said it.
okay, let me even buttress this further. Because when I went to the community, I was trying to educate some of my youths because whenever I'm on a protest, I always post all those protests on my Facebook. So most of my community people, they are my friends on Facebook. So as soon as I land community, so we don't come, oh yeah, say you never come see us. So I say, I never come see. I never ask how. If you want make I vote for your Sowore, you need to give us money when they share for now for protest. Okay, can you just imagine? This one not be Calabar people, this one not be Hausa, my own community people for Edo State. Say me can't share money, give them money when they share for me for protest for free Nnamdi. Just imagine. Say I can't go protest now, money so we can go share for us. As in, how does that one sound?
Makes sense.
As in, how even think makes sense? Me that even spending my own money. Nigerians now believe that whatever you are doing, you are not doing it willingly. So just do we even, how can you, that there was that's the reason I there was a post I made on X yesterday that Omoyele Sowore is it takes a different ideology for you to fight for those who are fighting against you, because of the same people, the same government that is, no, I say it takes a different ideology for you to fight for those who are fighting against you, against you, because you are fighting those who are fighting
Hmm. Ah, oh my God, when you had the network, I had to just drop you. See, my comrade, you're right. You're right with the situation of things in the country is becoming ridiculous. Like the poverty has just pushed people to the wall that people do not even think anymore. They put survival first. They put survival first. I know how we're going to survive. They forget about the future. Nigerians say if Tinubu doing this 2027 election is our one is finished, Nigerians will die. Nigeria will not die. Nigeria will not scatter. Nigeria will still remain. Even if Tinubu wins this next election, let's just get that into our head, because it behooves them. It is to their benefit that Nigeria remains the way it is. Yes, it is to their benefit. So these people, they will do anything it takes to stay in power. They will do anything it takes to demoralize the people. Look at the turnout in the last election. Great political apathy. People did not want to participate. Yeah, what was the count? They said they had over 600 and something thousand people. Less than 10% of the people voted in the Abuja election. Less than 10% of the people, less than, I don't think it was up to 10% of the people in Abuja that participated in the last election. Not up to 10%. Voter apathy. People don't want to participate anymore. People just want to stay out of it. And the ones who want to participate, they are just looking to sell their votes. Many of them actually they were paid not to participate. You must get that as well. Many people were paid not to participate. The rigging was clear. Everybody they see the rigging now. Now waiting with the talk about. You see, Nigeria is so bad that we go on national TV to say that elections were rigged, and everybody's like, you know what? Now people are saying that no, not that we should fight corruption, not that we should stop rigging election. People are saying that what are your anti-rigging measures? That we should go and get anti-rigging measures, that the people who are running in election should find a way to stop the people who they are running against from rigging the election. Now, that is the thing. Just like what Comrade Shehu said, that it is not that he should not use the word K, but instead of people to go and stop the K from happening, he has to stop using the word. He must not use the word. So in other words, don't complain. Don't speak about the problem. It is too gruesome to talk about. But the problem must happen, but we should not talk about it. You see how different parts of the system try to manage us and cramp us into different corners that we cannot, so that we cannot be able to express ourselves, even when we are crying. Even when we are crying, the system does not want you to express yourself. And this is why it is a struggle. You must struggle. You go struggle. 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 You go struggle. You dey see am? You dey see am? 9.4%. The Abuja election. 9.4% of the people. 9.4. You dey see am? That is too poor. And this is the situation across board. This is the situation across board.
Hey, this is scandalous.
Yes.
How can 9.4% of 100% of people, 9.4, and they consider this an election? They consider this a democratic election.
It's the people's will. That is the people's mandate.
Comrade, let me just say something. And the funny thing about this past election now, those who did not even participate in this same election now, we still complain tomorrow that the government is not doing the right thing, and they did not even participate too. And they were there. Some not travel, some not die. So this unwillingness to this unwillingness have been installed in the mind of so many Nigerians. Unwillingness to join the right, to do the right thing, not even to join the right movement. Unwillingness. Is in them. Whether they think that Nigeria will just be fixed, as in one sky god will just come, everything will just change. I don't know. Those the same society that we are watching on TV, it is people who fixed it. Not be angels. And if anybody still have that notion in his or her mind that a sky god is located somewhere that is coming to fix Nigeria, in the next 1 billion years, Nigeria will still remain like this until Nigerians look to their current politician, because our government is the god in Nigeria here. If those government don't have human conscience in them, it is finished for us. So that is why when electing people, we must try to elect people with human conscience, so that they will also have that feelings to also help humanity. But the current crop of misrulers we have in Nigeria right now, they don't care about humanity at all. Humanity is not in their dictionary, it's not in their radar. It's not even, as in, nothing concern humanity. Just imagine, I was watching a Dino Melaye video just now. The guy was just showing all sort of luxury cars, and then he was now saying that holiday time, time to relax, and no time for evil. Now only God know my comments, but I believe Facebook will not. They did not flag it. I just know how I constructed it. These guys are see, look at the Jeep he even drove at Rubicon. These guys are driving the best of cars. The best of cars. That car, the least car for that Rubicon is 40 something million. The least on that Rubicon is 40 something million. That's the least. I'm talking about 2011 model. I'm not even talking about 2015, 2020. And well, it's just too. It's just too.
We go year out for Nigeria. Nigerian people never serious. They never serious to wake up. They never ready. Go year out. We must fight. This struggle, we must fight it out.
And the worst of all, as me and the talk now, people, some of your own fellow Nigerians, they plan on how they want to set their future in 2027. For all this one where they speak now grammar, they don't want to hear anything. They are still planning to subscribe to more suffering, more hardship, more darkness. That is just
more killings, more looting.
More killings. Okay, imagine every day. Okay, imagine last week. Now, so terrorists enter on those town, go carry enter a palace, kill Oba. Can you imagine? Kill Oba.
Not a life. Not a life. What a life. Meanwhile, our politicians, they carry 56 cars, they carry all the jets, they carry all the private jets, they carry all the mopo, they carry all the police, all the road safety, they drive with all the VIO. They have 16 security around them. Our monarchs are dying. Our indigenous monarchs are dying. All the imam, all the pastor, they carry all the soldier, they carry all the everything, all the bulletproof cars.
And the worst of all, even these our imams, these our indigenous traditionalists, traditional rulers, they are also part of the problem we are having today. Because once elections are around the corner, these misrulers will go visit them, give them millions.
You are part of the syndicate.
Yes, they are part of the syndicate and syndicate of corruption. Even the citizens are part of the syndicate. Everybody is just in this chaos. This chaotic syndicate of corruption.
How you think say money take the rich youth for community? How you think say money take the rich youth for community? Now true John way now.
Yes, now.
They go give us John way some kind of money now.
I see the talker. A John way that is not supporting humanity is not regarded as a John way. It's an oppressor. It's an oppressor.
That is it.
That one
Now
is
all
an
of them,
oppressor.
after they sell all the land in community, they sell all the land in community, sell all the resources in the community to all these capital thieves. They go constantly sell out the people once you reach election. They will collect their money because that's the structure they talk about. Those are the structures. They know the local influencers. They have brainwashed those ones. So yeah, once election reach like this, they know. I say, come in Sydney before the election. How optimistic were we? When we say we've done all the work, we've gone around, we've sensitized, we've called people, we
Oh,
have so many votes, we've done all the numbers, we've calculated everything. We never saw any APC,
comrade,
we never saw any PDP.
comrade, forget. Okay. When comrade they go up and down, you see any APC councillor do
I
anything?
say
Just like
we know who they run against.
Anambra election not show you anything. Nigeria
We
has
know who
choose
they
suffering instead of lights.
get.
Anambra,
You
trauma
don't see this kind
waka
of thing.
from here to. Okay, imagine. Okay, how can you put 150 million for? That is to tell you that they don't. They want to disenfranchise the poor masses, not to even have any voice in election. You understand? So, like seriously, we need to wake up and just dismantle this system. That is the only solution. This system first need to be dismantled. It just see. Let me just give a clear example of how Nigeria looks like. It's just like a house now that is already faulty, which the wall don't break. If you want to fix that house, or you must you must dismantle it to the foundation level, then restart it. You now set the foundation again. You cannot say that house that already have some cracks, you will go and start from the roof, as in you will fix it from the no. It must be, everything must be dismantled down. Now so Nigeria be now. Now this correct contraception we have must be dismantled. All these current misrulers must be driven to hell, or even if not anywhere. They don't even need to near any corridor of power. And the worst of all, it is we the masses that owns this power. Now we go feel say we don't need this person again. But at the end of the day, the same masses when you go follow plan, say I'm more done like this. The next thing, what you plan for here, the oppressors don't hear tomorrow. That is just the problem. That is why we have not been able to organize ourselves. These people, they are no more than us. Malcolm X talk this thing. The oppressors are no more than us. The oppressed have not been the oppressed are not outnumbered. We are only at organized. The day the oppressed people can be able to organize ourselves in this country, it is game over for the oppressors in power. And that is what the oppressors don't want to happen, because they know that once the oppressed are able to unite, they will not have any voice again. And that is the chaos we are currently, the confusion.
Mhm.
You will see they try to educate some Nigerians. They will say, now suffer. Now, as in suffer, no, they ever tire some of our Nigerians.
No, they ever tire them, my comrade. You know, go lie. I say, no, they ever. See, the thing is, this is why we must, because when we study, we realize that the oppressed thinks he is acting, but he only has the illusion of action. He's not acting. He thinks he's acting. He thinks everything he does is on consciousness, but it is not. It's not. It is on the illusion of action. So what we must do is to continue to conscientize the people, because our people, the mindset of our people has been bastardized, confused, they've been lied to, they have accepted the lies as the truth, as the reality. They are beginning to think that things are not change, that only corrupt is possible. So when we must continue to do the work, we must let them know, because we are not aliens now. We not for the same Nigeria they born all of us now. I will come from different backgrounds. Not be say all of us we go the best schools, not be say all of us get money like that. We come from different backgrounds, but we've been able to come to one conclusion. Because
Okay, comrade, do you know that as I'm talking to you right now, as I'm speaking to you right now, thousands of our fellow Nigerians are in church praying currently across the nation. They are
of
praying
course,
so that Nigeria will be fixed. Make Nigeria better. Then they pray. As many they talk like this now, they are praying.
Hmm.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
that part of stupidity. See wetin religion don do this country. See, I just pray make until the day wey Sowore become president. Na that time Nigerians go understand the damages
That's been done.
that religion have done to them. By the time they
Mhm.
go begin ban so many churches. Because if I'm the president of Nigeria tomorrow, I the, there are some all those churches. They go first of all ban them. Just ban so many churches. Test.
Our first ban Odumeje. Now Odumeje, I go first ban. I go first ban
Ban.
Odumeje.
You understand?
No, we're going through a lot. Hmm.
The Nigerians, do they even understand that they are going through a lot? Do they understand? They do not even understand. That is the most painful part of it. They do not even understand that they are going. They just think that whatever that is happening now is generational cause. Now lie. Now government now make you they suffer. Whatever we are passing through in this country today, it is the cause of the misrulers. That is why I just pity people that is saying that now generational cause they worry they might make their family, not the film maker for life.
Hmm.
You go and inside that family, they have almost 6 graduates that is not even working. How do you want to make them? How? How can
Hmm.
you finish school? You are not even important to your own self. You are not even important to your family. Then you are not even important to the nation. You are not even contributing anything because why? The government has made it so. You
Hmm.
understand? But yet they'll come say it's a generational cause. But you
Hmm.
have forgotten the misrulers that you have been empowering.
Hmm.
See,
Yeah, we don't suffer.
mm, we did this divide. They go say we are man. We don't know what we dey do. We
Hmm.
don't get work.
It's a shame. It's a shame, that this is how we see ourselves as Nigerians, that we can never look towards our front and say that this person they do me bad. And the crazy part is that when we now want to even look around and turn around and say what is the cause of our problem, who is the cause of our problem, we turn to people like us who are suffering as well. We look at our fellow poor man, we go talk say na in they chase you, you go talk say na your village people wey dey suffer for village. You go talk say na them they do you. You go talk say na them they do you. You know, and this is how they create that infighting. We go dey look ourselves, we go dey suspect ourselves. Meanwhile, the people wey they run away with all the billions, all the millions, all the thousands, trillions, they are happy. They will still come to our society. We'll still celebrate them. We'll still jump on their neck. We'll still celebrate. We'll still chant their name. So these people they are energized on your suffering. Your suffering they give them morale, and we are here.
Now, see, it is we the most our fellow citizens now then be the fuel where the oppressors vehicle they use now. So now then they empower them.
Mm.
So not until that route that we cut that bridge, we must cut that bridge so that the oppressor vehicle will not move again. They will not be able to fuel their vehicle. I'm just using this fuel and vehicle as an illustration because of
Mm-hmm.
the docile mentality that has been installed in so many Nigerians
Mm.
because of so many like some are just doing this thing because of they belong to one political class, so they believe that anything their godfather tell them is just they cannot partake anything. You understand? They
Mm-hmm.
cannot talk boldly to their oppressors. For you to even insult them, they will say you are insulting elders. Elders that is not useful to the community, that is not even useful
Elder.
to humanity.
We get elder for Nigeria.
And that one be regarded as an elder. I don't have regard for them. I I I despise them. Man, well, it's a shame. It's a shame that
Thank you so very much. And I would like to just chip in on that because based on available
General Sir,
information,
show the
yeah,
statistics
please,
again.
yeah, proceed. Look, I show am
No,
again,
just show
Abi.
Please show it.
Yeah, talking about churches and perhaps religion. I think one of the highlights of the last conversation highlights religion, registered churches. These are registered, of course, and of you can actually. It's very very logical to assume that there will be many churches in Nigeria that are not registered at all. There are many indeed, really. But let's just take a look at the official figures. Just for for us to be very, very generous. Let's be very generous. Let's assume that let's deal with the official figures. And yeah, what is he saying? He says registered churches often cited from the Corporate Affairs Commission (CAC), which handles incorporations. Figures range from 23,000 to 97,500 plus in various social media reports. CAC related claims in 2025 mention 97,500. This likely covers incorporated entities, but not all churches register as companies. So, well, based on figure of the numbers of churches in Nigeria, 97,500. And if you do a quick division there, that is, you are looking at an average of 3,000 churches per state, or let's say 2,500 churches in every state in Nigeria. Just think about it. Just think about it for a minute. 2,500 churches per state.
Liberation chat. How many business we can't get for this country? But we
Ehen.
know. Now our business be that too. We no get another one. Now our
Now
business
business be
that
this
too.
too. Eh.
Comrades no go kill me.
Now our
Hmm.
business be this too. We no get another one. Now our
If
business be this too.
Nigerian pastors are on this broadcast, and they are going to come from some of you that are in this, my members of the panel. All right, because this
It's
is
all
defamation of.
syndicate. Liberation chat. It's all connected. The syndicates. Hey. Now our business be this oh.
And
We
of
no
course,
get another one. Now our
hmm,
business be this oh.
because let's even face it. Showing say, showing say, it find it very, but well, said let's even compare it. Let's not even go out of Africa, South Africa and Nigeria. It's the rumors have it that um MTN is owned by South African, and we know how much they cut away from our soil every year in billions of dollars. What company can we point to in South Africa that is owned by a Nigerian that brings money into Nigeria, really, or in
RCCG.
any other African country?
Oh,
Crazy.
Empower Dale now.
Uh, uh, Comrade, wait, let me
We
just
are
tell you about something.
we are in trouble.
Wait now.
We are in deep trouble in this country,
I,
really.
I have information about syndicate again. Yesterday when I was traveling down, one oppressed Nigerian was just complaining that even said the church when they going don't tire, how ain't go they go church. Pastor when they work for get 5 cars, in they use leg, they waka. At the end of the day, if he don't stop a video finish, they go give him 5,000. I say, why you still dey go the church? You for sit down now. Why are you still going? So you expect me now to come and be insulting the pastor or what? Why are you still going? You sit down now. Me that is not going now, do I have to come and complain that pastor have five cars? That you understand? The guy was literally complaining that how can pastor have 5 cars that pastor cannot even give him one. I said, do you even go? Were you going to church so that you will pastor will dash you?
See, my brother,
Baba
my
they
brother, we
complain.
need to understand that. See, even most of us, most of our people, it's a transactional reason that they are religious. They are not religious because they genuinely fear God or because they genuinely want to go to. They are just religious
Is a
because they want
is
to
a source
gain
of
something.
livelihood.
I'm telling you, I can't count how many of my colleagues from secondary school, especially university, that today they are now
that, are,
pastorpreneurs.
that
It's because after they tried and tried and there was
Okay,
no job,
okay,
and they see that
okay.
almost
Don't cast this syndicate like this now. Don't cast them like that now. You want
And
cast
they not
everything to
register. Oh. Now them be the part of people where they say no unregistered version of churches for Nigeria.
if you cast everything today, wait till we talk tomorrow. Na joke, bro. Please continue. I'll speak on my back.
no, because see, make I tell you, I get one party, for example. I will just mention his name, his first name. His first name is Sheyi. Don't be my party again. Oh, me, I don't even like him because nowadays alabosi, and alabosi means hypocrite. Now, this my guy Sheyi, now a pastor for reading for America. And me, I know say this one a pastorpreneur. This one a person where I know personally. Say this one na koro pastorpreneur. What do I mean by pastorpreneur? You only get into that business to make money. But someone like this, my guy now, because he grew up, this my guy, because he grew up in a redeemed family. In mama na deaconess, in papa na deacon, now then be one of the first to start one of the branches in the local communities in southwest Nigeria, Ogun State. And then after a while of the parents spending decades in the church, when the parents passed away, he himself, he abandoned his wife, leave, abandoned family, move, go America, go marry another woman for papers. Shall you see within Nigeria, they turn people. He abandoned his family for Nigeria, wrong, go America, go marry another woman for papers. The woman where he marry for papers now one of the choir members for the church. And what will be the linkage as they take get level for the church? He leveraged off his parents' deacon and deaconess status in Nigeria. Oh, I'm the son of Mr. and Mrs. XXX. We were the first to open this branch in this community. So now that we are in, the state of Florida, US, and we are setting up this business branch here, I can be one of the assistant pastors and we'll be remitting the revenue to the headquarters on Lagos Ibadan Expressway. And it was a win-win deal. So easily one of those young children in America that grew up in America, their parents already indoctrinated them into the same belief system. They saw a pastor and they were like, let me marry this pastor and I'll give this pastor papers and we'll live our lives happily ever after. But if you look at the whole syndicate, this is a criminal syndicate that we export to different parts of the world for selfish reasons.
Even
None
that
of the
pastor said na syndicate to may you know.
Baba, everything na syndicate. You see that religion issue now one of our biggest problems, and is also one of the most difficult things to challenge because people are so hopeless that the only thing they have hope for is their afterlife. They've been groomed to abandon their current life to wait for an afterlife that they would have a better life. And if you think about it, that's why a tanker falls on the bridge and it's pouring diesel or fuel. And people would rather go and risk their lives to scoop that fuel, or they would rather travel long distance to go and pray on a mountain. The other time, now that same Redeemed Church, from somewhere in the outskirts of Abeokuta, they go they pray on top mountain. Now so bandits go catch them on top the mountain, kidnap everybody. I'm not trying to make light of this situation because these are real human beings that are suffering. I'm not trying to make fun of them. This is a real situation. But people need to learn from it that if your pastor that is praying on the mountain, that tells you that he's talking to God, he's going there for 3 days, nobody can see him. If he gets kidnapped on that mountain, And then you guys have to be gathering money to pay for ransom to the terrorists that kidnapped your pastor that was so-called talking to God. Does that not show you that there is something wrong in that belief system? There's something wrong with it. So I guess that's my contribution for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. These are very high opening contributions, such that it's the realities of these things are quite chilling, and it's quite heart wrenching also for us to be in this situation, where our next solace, the go-to, you know, occupation for our youth now is to become clergymen, all right, in either factions, whether in the Christian faction or the Muslim faction. And of course, this is also a big problem, in the among our, you know, the Muslim brothers. But I
And
think
then
some of us believe that religion is a personal thing anyway. It should not be an organized, uh, you know, situation whereby you compel people.
Since the network has done what it knows how to do best, like in a country like Nigeria, where you can just buy data, spend more money on data than someone in Canada, and you cannot even receive the same level of service that that person is receiving. And these are CEO of the MTN company, of the Glow company, of the Airtel company. All of them are billionaires, billions, billions.
Comrade, do you know that MTN revenue on a yearly basis is bigger than Nigeria budget?
But you must. I'm not surprised now. It's not something that we should be shocked about. I mean, don't do we not understand? You see, that's why when we talk about this revolution, people think that people who have not really appraised the situation assume that this revolution ends are just taking out these political leaders. They forget that there's the invisible hand of imperialism that is really making all these things work in the first place. Nigeria is an extraction state. All they come to do, everything that's working in Nigeria is only enabled for extraction. We must understand that the roads that in Nigeria are not for human beings. Those roads are to transport goods. That's what the roads are for. The lights are not for all Nigerian people, they are for the big businesses. That's why you notice that Nigerians don't have lights in their house, but all the big businesses in Nigeria have lights. All our the water in Nigeria is not for people to drink, it's not for the Nigerians to drink, it's for them to sell. You must understand that it's for them to sell. The crude oil is not to benefit us. That's why we do not have subsidy for crude oil in a country that produces crude oil as its major export. The crude oil is for them to utilize for their big corporations. The news channels are not there to give you news or to inform you of the truth in your society. The news channels are there to advertise politics. So any
And to praise
corporation
the
you
oppressors in power.
exactly. So any corporation you really see in Nigeria today, just think about it. Think about it really. I mean, the banks are the banks that are there. Do they give loans to small business owners? No. So think about it. Any corporation that you see in Nigeria today, really, 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 any corporation is an extracting company. Think about it. Observe that operation, that institution. You gonna say this thing no they work for us. Even our government, now extracting government. What do? They extract your taxes. They extract all the money from the people in Nigeria that have worked hard. So that's what we find. That's what we see. Liberation Charter. They tell them say the data where we they do pay for Nigeria, where you don't where you they buy more, you spend more on your data than someone in the US, you spend more on your data than someone in the UK, you spend more on your data than someone in Canada. Yet you do not receive half the quality of service that they receive. So they let our Nigerian people know say all the things we did for the country. They don't make you feel now why the boss drive. Don't worry, even the security people that are being trained in Nigeria, they are not being trained for your security. No that and no peace. Now we go build this country ourselves. And until we decide say we won't build this country. On a mandate, it shall stand. Liberation, I'll over to you.
Well, thank you so very much for holding it down while I had that network timeout. And well, do we want to stand on the mandate, or we really want to um stand on what works for us as a people? Do we really want to um bring about um the kind of system that works for all and sundry, or we want to maintain status quo? And how long will politicians keep exerting this dominance over the people? All right, how long? And well, we have done our own bits today. We have analyzed the situation. We have used statistics to even back up our analysis. So this is not a beer parlor discussion. This does not qualify to what can be referred to as a beer parlor discussion. This is serious issues analyzed by serious people, all right, who are very much, you know, who are very much in tune with the realities of our people, all right. Not just trying to be, just we just want a scandal, or perhaps we benefit in any way, shape, or form from the calamities that is happening in our country. I can most likely predict that the very day Nigeria start getting things right in Nigeria, so many things would really fall in place. Really, so many things will fall in place. Do you still think we have a country where there's constant power, where there are industries and people are busy making money and you know, trying to create a future for themselves? Do you think
Uh,
we'll still have that situation of over 95,000 churches? I doubt it. I doubt it. And
uh,
of course, the heavy investment on religion also reveals some things. The fact that people are attached to their sky entity than the patriotism that should characterize every citizen. Patriotism. Do we really have patriots in Nigeria? Do people even know? Should people even know, say there be patriots for Nigeria, or there should be patriots or patriotic to the country? You know, the complete abandonment of the Nigerian project by the Nigerian people is very deep. Is very, very deep. And as we go into the year 2027, these are the things that we would continue to see happen. And of course, when are we going to really stop complaining and acting? That is the question for us to ask ourselves. Do we keep complaining, or we start acting, and acting immediately, not just you know for the optics or for theatrics, acting immediately on how to bring about a solution to it? Because obviously these are very weighty situations, from the election permits, election advertisement permits of 150,000 plus, to the religious issues that we have in our country, to many things just developing that points to one thing: Nigeria is one crime scene, according to many observers. Here you are, video of former Nigeria Petroleum Minister Desiani Alison Madueke storms past bystander after terrible day in in UK court. This particular woman, had been our petroleum minister at some point during that time when everybody or many people were basically smelling so many suspicious development within that ministry. It was considered hate speech or very unpatriotic to really call out the indications of corruption within that ministry. At the time, it was considered, blasphemous. Why would you say the Ministry of Petroleum is corrupt? Why will you call Minister of Petroleum corrupt? This is demarketing your country. But it turns out that she is indeed a corrupt woman. And of course, she's still very much, facing trial, in the UK for corrupt charges. Well, let's hope that justice is served. But my ancestors have a way of describing this thing. Kílẹ̀ tó pa òṣìkà, òǹrere lè ti bàjẹ́. That is, before the bad person gets justice, many innocent entities or perhaps many good things for don't spoil finish before justice, gets served. So that is the reality from the rhetoric, That is the reality from the rhetoric. Buhari has had a very good time and he has enjoyed his life, and he died in one of the best hospitals in the world that is not in Nigerian soil. Even when he had the opportunity of being the president, to put that in place. Many of our current oppressors will most likely pass away, without getting justice. If things continue the way it is in Nigeria, if the people are still very much in love with the status quo, pretty much. So let's take the final contribution of our speakers. This is over 4 hours that we have been live streaming. Let's take final remark, general comments, really, from all our panelists. Then we'll call it a day. Thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the program. Any comment from any final words from our panelists today? As we have succeeded in highlighting and dissecting all of the news items that people can learn from in Nigeria. Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your efforts in putting this type of unpopular content together, especially within the Nigerian space. This is not the kind of content that people want to consume. People would rather consume content that entertains them, anything that keeps them distracted from reality, or anything that is religious. So these are the things that people would naturally gravitate towards. Assuming we change the title of this broadcast now to Arsenal versus Man U, or Davido goes to
OBO Whiskey.
Davido and Kata Efe argue. Just something stupid like that. Nigerians will tune in large numbers. But unfortunately, they don't like.
And please, make I even pause you for that place where you talk, Ogami, about Kata Efe and Pella. It happened yesterday. There's this guy called E-Money, I believe. Yes, E-Money. He actually gave Kata Efe a brand new Corolla, really. And just because of some, just to produce content, there was this play fight that happened between Kata Efe and Pella, and it resulted into breaking of windscreens. Kata Efe brought out a very huge block, and he broke the windscreen and destroyed the car of Pella. Pella did the same thing to a new car that was bought to him by E-Money. And of course, the thing went viral. It blew up real bad yesterday. And that same yesterday, they went to the person that bought him the car. And the person was like, well, no problem. I will get you another brand new one. And he did that. This is the kind of
He gave Pella his own
situation. And he gave Pella to his own Abi.
Person can say person you need to spoil for your own to better.
These
Nigerian
are the
people.
people that our youths pay attention to. If you go to Pella's live stream now on TikTok, you'll not find anything less than 2,000 people watching that live stream on TikTok. If Kata FA2 is hosting his live stream, nothing less than 1,000 to 1,500 people um watching it and even subscribing. Subscription on Twitch actually comes with a fee. All right, you see thousands subscribing at a particular amount of money. So yeah, you're very, very correct. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, so we have to commend ourselves for at least trying to do things that are not popular with the belief that eventually it's going to gain traction because the suffering is not ending. The suffering is continuing. So the realistic trajectory is for this to get some point and all those other things that are distracting them to slowly become less relevant to them. And that's my contribution. I encourage everybody not to take offense. Just take it as a learning opportunity and a means for you to do better. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat and my co-panelists. Peace.
To try, my comrade.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the African Wala. Over to you, Adeige, as we draw the curtain.
What can we really say? We've said it all. We say it every day. We say it well. We let the Nigerian people, we bring the truth to them. We show them. We open the mirror and say, look in the mirror. See yourself. Look at the reality. Look at what you've been reduced to. Look at what you've been turned into. A black man. Sometimes I sit down and I think about Africa could have been if we were allowed to develop without any form of interruption. Maybe we would have been, only God knows at this point. But what has happened has happened. We are where we are. We have come too far to go back, no matter what remedial actions we decide to take. What we can do here is to take what has been turned into our oppression and turn into our liberation. The history of the world is the history of class struggle. That's something that we cannot even, do without saying. It's the fact. And the liberation must happen. We Nigerians, the common men, must step up. The means of production must move from the hands of a few into the hands of a many. The resources of this country must benefit us all. We must be able to call ourselves Nigerian citizens and reap the fruit of the labor of the Nigerian institution, the Nigerian country, the Nigerian state. It is not for a few people who have been enjoying it since their teenage years, and they are still enjoying it as their grandfathers, and 3 to 4 of their generations are still enjoying these benefits. No, must fight them. When you were talking, I was thinking about Nepal and how the revolution that just happened in Nepal happened. Young people on live stream like this on social media, that's how they put themselves together. I think they use Discord or Reddit to organize themselves and take the battle to the oppressors. So we're using every means available to us. We're online, we're off ground, we're online and we're on ground as well, rather. We're reaching out to people, we're conscientizing the people, we're educating the people, we're building those structures, we are building those cadres. Uncompromising, disciplined, relentless, clear-eyed group, clear-eyed vanguard. Ultimately for the liberation of our people. It's not easy work. we've highlighted throughout our discussion, we've highlighted all the different, small things where people don't even consider. For example, even if we say we won't even post billboard around your state, Enugu, we need to pay some certain millions in order to pay. So those are the things that we have to look around. How can we do this work of conscientizing 200 million plus Nigerians without having to go through all these things, all these blockades, all these toll gates, according to Peter Obi, toll gates. We have to find a way to navigate around them and bring the liberation to the people who are doing the job. The job is happening. You know what to do to be a member of the movement. It's African Action Congress, aacparty.com. Go to the website, register, reach out to any one of us, follow. In fact, the website is done in such a way that it will direct you to the people that you need to meet as soon as you start the registration process. Register, become a part of your own liberation. And when I talk, I have this thing. I'm not gonna lie. I hope that the older ones will be a part of this revolution, but I've come to a point to realize that many of them have been indoctrinated into suffering at a very high level. So they do not even seek any change. Many of them just want to die. They're like, let me just go and die. We still have so many years to live. At least based on the Nigerian life expectancy, I still have at least give or take 20 something years or 30 something years to live. you know, so that we still have a long time in this, and we can't afford to. I don't want to suffer for the next 30 years. So let's get the work done. Let's bring our resources, our skills, our knowledge, our blood, our sweat to the revolution. Let's make it happen. We can retire these old guys, send them into the dinosaur age, and build this country as young men and women of the state. Thank you, Liberation Chat, for giving us this opportunity once again. I appreciate. Or the African Wala, you to try. Thank you for always coming into the studio. Thank you. Comrade Shemaela was here, Comrade Godwin was here, Comrade Gentle Cargo. This as just a small microcosm of the people who are doing the work. There's so much more doing different things in different places in the Nigerian context. Thank you, my comrades. We to try.
Comrade, I go reach out to you for your DM. I'm gonna collect your phone number if you don't mind, I beg.
No wala na no wala. Yes, na no wala. I go agree.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed to all the panelists, and it's a privilege to always have you come on the broadcast of the people to address them, basically give your 2 cents. And we believe this has advanced the cause of our emancipation journey to a large extent. And this is just a tiny contribution from what we have available to us. And if it's technology that we have available to us, let's use it. Let's make use of it. So big shout out to the 85 of us on X. Big shout out to us on TikTok. And big shout out to us on Civic Space YouTube also. Thank you so very much, everybody, for being part of the broadcast. We hope to do this again. We don't want to be spending too much time. Just, a couple of news items. Would take a look at it. We'll scrutinize it. We'll extract as much lessons as possible. And we present it to the Nigerian people. So thank you so much, everybody. Look forward to another edition of this program, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. Every day we come, we talk, we have a discussion. And of course, it's not just for a certain boys club. You can also have a say by dropping a comment and, of course, using our link to come into the studio. So thank you so much, everybody, for being part of the program. And I look forward to tomorrow's edition, as well as, I believe, all my panelists. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day